This is a bit of a change for us. The first opportunity conducting this meeting virtually, and this is because of the global pandemic, and we've had to postpone at least 2 meetings that I know of, and it's time to move forward, and we're using technology tonight to make that happen. Some rules of engagement, if you would, please, if you speak, well, first off, please mute your mics unless you're speaking, but if you do want to speak, state your name before any statements are made so that our recording secretary will know who's talking. If you're interested in making a public statement, please follow the direction on the screen. Know that there's a 30-second delay, so we ask all participants to be aware of this. At this point, I will introduce the members of the Design Review Board. Mr. Ian Duncan, please state your name and so that we know that you're there.
Hi, this is Ian Duncan. I'm present.
Okay, Mr. Cameron Swales is absent tonight. I'm Rick Lambert. Next, we have Mr. Christopher McCarthy.
Hi, this is Chris McCarthy.
We have Ms. Tara Spencer.
This is Tara Spencer, present.
And we have Mr. William O'Neill.
William O'Neill, present.
Good. And Mr. Steve Magoon.
Steve Magoon, present.
Okay, very good. Now, on staff, our recording secretary is Miss Lynette Lyons. Are you with us,
Yes.
Lynette?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry, I am here.
Okay, we have Miss Brittany Johnson and Mr. Peter
Yes, Brittany.
Stone of the Planning Department.
Yes, Brittany Johnson here.
Okay, very good. So the procedure that we're following is for each item on the agenda, there will be 11 heard tonight, but I will open the hearing by reading the title. We'll have a staff presentation, 5 minutes long. Each applicant will have the opportunity for 5 minutes to make their presentation. There will be public comments up to 3 minutes per speaker. So we'll take questions from the board, and then public comment will be closed. And next will be an opportunity for the board to comment and make deliberation. And then at the conclusion of that, each item will be voted on, but with a motion and a vote by the board. Now, here's a legal statement I need to read. A person who may have a substantial interest in any decision of the Commercial Design Review Board or any officer or agent of the appropriate governing authority may appeal from any decision of the board to the circuit court in and for the county by filing with the clerk of court a petition in writing setting forth plainly, fully, and distinctly why the decision is contrary to law. The appeal must be filed within 30 days after the affected party or his or her designated agent receives actual notice of the decision of the board. The form of the order shall be the decision of the board as rendered this evening, and the service of the order shall be the same for parties present. For parties who are not present and have requested notice of the order, a copy of the minutes shall be mailed to the party, and they will have 30 days from receipt of the order to file an appeal. Okay, at this point, each of the board members has received the agenda. I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Please state your name and make the motion. We need
Ian Duncan makes a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Steve Magoon seconds.
Thank you. The motion carries. Next, the minutes from the last board meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes that anybody would like to make?
Mr. Lambert,
Yes.
the last motion actually was to approve the minutes.
No, the last motion was, to approve the minutes, or how was it stated? I didn't.
He made the motion to approve the minutes.
Minutes. Okay, so we need a motion to approve the agenda.
Correct.
William
make
O'Neill, motion to approve agenda.
Do we have a
Chris
second?
McCarthy, second the motion.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
y'all.
Okay. Now, are there any general public comments? If not, we'll ask for, is there any general correspondence? Staff?
Yes, the correspondence was attached to the agenda as well as emailed to staff.
Yes. So we don't need to read all that. I saw it was rather lengthy. Are there any consent motions? Okay. So if any board members need to recess themselves before each item and wait for a response, any recused party must state their name and state.
William Peppard.
Is now joining.
Any recused party must state their name and mute their mic for the duration of each item. So it's now, I think it's time to begin to look at each of the items on the agenda. We have item number 1, Ties Roadside. That's 713 Coleman Boulevard. Final approval of site, landscape, and architecture.
Ties Roadside site comments. The applicant has been working with staff to resolve zoning and access issues. The resolution of these items do not currently require any material changes to the site.
Architectural comments. The proposed windows and doors are appropriate. However, the brick tile and overall paint selection require board approval. Color combinations and stains shall be complementary. In no case shall garish colors be permitted. Lastly, the existing canopy should be enhanced to better fit the intent of the ordinance. Columns should have a base and capital.
So it's time for board questions.
Applicant presentations.
Oh, applicant, okay, yes. You'd ask
Hello.
the applicant to come forward and,
Yes, David Thompson's here. Can you hear me?
yeah,
Hi, my name's David Thompson. I'm the architect for the project. Also on the call is Ty Neal, my client. So Mr. Neal is a veteran of the hospitality industry and is somewhat new to the area, but is staking his claim with his first namesake restaurant. The basic concept is to be approachable, fun, lively, coastal. It's an existing building, and we're proposing fairly minor modifications, which kind of fall into 3 categories. I'll touch on each one, but the first category being windows and doors, the second being a change to the material of the patio roof, and the third being building color and the accent tile. So a little bit more detail. Brittany, if we don't mind looking at sheet A201. Okay, so you can see the existing conditions above and the proposed conditions below. For the windows and doors, there are 3 existing windows that we're proposing to remove and replace with sets of French doors. There's 2 flanking doors that are existing that would be changed to match in kind. These are aluminum steel replica windows. To the left of the building is an existing sort of bump out that used to have windows in it and is currently covered with plywood. We're proposing also new windows there that are an awning style window that are automatic, they're pneumatically activated. And then 1 new window into the existing office space, which you can see on the far right. If we can go 1 page forward. So the side elevation, which you see on approach from the driveway, it's an existing painted brick facade for the most part, and we're proposing 3 new windows be inserted into that facade so that we can open up visibility into the dining room. Those would be matching windows to the doors on the front. That's really the extent of the windows and doors, and it doesn't sound like staff has any objection to those. So I'll then briefly describe the proposal for the patio roof. If we could go back to 201, please. Okay, so in a prior renovation of this building, which I was involved with back in, I think, 2014 or 13, this patio roof structure was built, went through DRB review. It originally had a canvas covering to it, and then at some point between then and now was changed to a corrugated metal. We're proposing to change it back to canvas, and we have our canvas selection depicted on sheet A203. I know that there was a comment from staff about the columns. You know, it's a light gauge aluminum awning system. I think that with the exposed structure from underneath, which is all light gauge material, open web joists, I think that, you know, to alter these columns would really be
Papadronis with Encore
is now
unusual
exiting.
for what the structure is. I would propose that they be unmodified and let it just remain kind of lightweight. The third category would be the proposed building color as well as the tile. First, I'll clarify where the tile is being shown. It's difficult to see in the colored rendering because it's of a similar color to the paint. But on page left, you can see where the bar is bumped out. Might be easier to show you on sheet A201. Okay, so right where the cursor is, you can see we're proposing a glazed brick tile there. And really we're looking to differentiate the volume of the building. That's where it was an addition previously constructed. It changes scale, it changes construction methods, so we think it's appropriate to change material. The other place we're using it is directly to the right where there was already previously some infill. We're removing a window
Unknown
of door
participant is now
in
joining.
that location. Proposing the same tile be used. And then as far as the color goes, you know, this is really part of expressing the brand and sort of the vibe and feeling of this being coastal and lively, not taking itself too seriously. We think it's appropriate for the context. I guess the term garish is subjective, which we can talk about. We're very comfortable with it and would be excited to see this move forward with approval.
All right, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir, unless there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, there will be opportunity for public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment? Okay, it sounds like not. So next we'll take board questions. If you have any questions on the board, I'll just go through name by name and give you an opportunity. So Ian, do you have any questions?
This is Ian Duncan. I have no questions. I think it looks great.
Okay, I have no questions. Well, maybe I do have one question. I understand that there is an existing hard awning at this site. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The existing awning, it has a corrugated metal roofing material.
Right.
So we're proposing to keep the structural components, but reclad it with a canvas awning, which is the way that it was originally built.
I see. Thank you. Next, Chris McCarthy, do you have any questions? I'm not sure he heard. Tara, do you have any questions?
I do have one question. Can we go back to the exterior rendering? Coming to the staff comment about the columns, are those columns going to be painted a similar color to the building?
No, the intention was to leave them in their current state, which is like a brushed aluminum finish, like a mill finish. I think if we get into painting them, we could see some maintenance problems. Getting, that paint to adhere is tricky. So my proposal would be to leave them as is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think William has recused from this one, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I did not recuse on this one. I have some other ones I'll recuse myself from, but.
Okay. All right. So do you have any questions from the applicant?
Yeah, I do. David, I noticed there's no really site plan provided, and we are seeking site approval. And, looking at the site, it's got fence around it out front with umbrellas and picnic tables. Has there been any thought to how the outdoor dining component will be, cohesive with the architecture? And right now, I think there's kind of fence that's in the parking lot, half fallen over. I really would like to see some sort of site plan of some sort.
William, this is David. I believe we did provide a general site plan. It may have been separate or after the fact for the submittal, because I know we had discussions with planning and zoning. To answer your question, any proposed modifications to the site right now are minimal to none. The rear parking area is to remain. I think repairs to the fence, at least to the rear, could be assumed, but really at a repair level. I think there's some cleanup that needs to happen from the previous tenant that was using the parking area in the back, storage shed, that kind of thing. As far as the front goes, we have had meetings with Brittany and Peter, and we've had discussions, and we really haven't landed on a specific direction. We had some proposals early on that offered kind of a more elaborate use of the activity zone. I think the consensus at the time was maybe it's a bit much, and at this point, less is more. So I think other than kind of a tidying up, the plan is to really let the site and the clientele tell us how this is going to get used. It hasn't really been an active restaurant with, a lot of participation. So I think that's, potentially a phase 2, but obviously open for conversation, and Mr. Neal can chime in as well if he'd like.
I'm not sure if William was wanting to, but next will be Steve Magoon. Do you have any questions?
I did have a couple of questions, and again, part of site plan, and maybe I'm overstepping, but access to is still through the right-hand side of the restaurant. Is that still correct? And there's no parking on that access road to the back of the building?
So there are currently 2 points of access, which we have no plans to modify. One is a curb cut off of Coleman Boulevard, which has a driveway between the existing buildings. And the second is from the side street, forgive me, I blanked on the name, that comes behind the gallery next door, which used to be Mike's Bikes. So both of those would remain active. The only parking towards the front of the building, which I think is what you were asking, is the existing accessible parking and offload space. And in the rendering that's on the screen right now, it's sort of nestled into that 90-degree angle between the stair and the ramp.
Right, and so that stair, that little ramp that goes out to the stair, that's hitting the sidewalk that's right there on Coleman, right? That's access to the sidewalk, or?
It does have paved access to the sidewalk, and all of that
Sidewalk.
work that's existing in place.
Right, and the deck is going to remain the same size that it is now from the old restaurant, or the outdoor deck, outdoor patio?
That's correct.
Okay, so that the awning doesn't cover the whole deck. There's more deck
well,
out there, or does it?
No, what happens is it steps down to what was the old asphalt paving, was just left at the time back in 2014. Right. So you can see, and it's a pretty crude rendering at this level, but you can see the edge of the concrete patio, and it's about a 10 or 11 inch step down to existing asphalt.
Existing asphalt, so, okay. And the windows that you're putting in are all clear windows? Any smoked or tinted, or?
No, there's not.
Okay, excellent, that's all I had, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes our question period. This public portion of the meeting is now
Unknown
closed.
participant is now joining.
And we will go to board deliberation. So I would query the board person by person. If you have any comments that you would like to make before we entertain a motion. Ian, do you have any comments?
This is Ian Duncan. Again, I think it looks really good. What's there now, it couldn't be hard to improve upon that. I also would like to comment that I think the columns should stay as is and do not need to be decorative. I think it would be inconsistent with the truss system holding it up. That's it.
I have no questions. Chris? Is Chris in the meeting?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have any comments to make on this?
I concur with Ian about the columns. I think the style of the architecture could be minimal and not require capital and base.
Tara?
I also agree with Ian and Christopher that I believe the columns can remain as the brushed aluminum, as it is a fabric canopy, so I don't think that it needs any heavier columns to support it.
William, do you have any comments?
No, I agree with everything that everyone says. I like the architecture looks good. It's definitely an improvement. I guess the only thing I would have liked to see is some sort of site plan, which we're typically used to seeing at DRB. That would be my only comment.
And Steve?
I'd like to agree with everybody as well. I like the columns, but I do have a concern about the wind blowing down Coleman if everything's going to be secure enough to manage some of the storms that we get. But I love it. I'm looking forward to a nice place there, and I can't wait to go.
Very good. Any deliberation? Are we ready to make a motion? If you would like to make a motion, please state your name, state your motion, and then we'll call for a second.
Steve Magoon, I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
This is Tara Spencer. I'd like to second that.
Okay, the motion carried. Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda.
Mr.
Yeah.
Lambert, we need to have a roll call vote on the motion.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Ian?
I can do that if you'd like.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Duncan,
Ian Duncan votes to approve.
Mr. O'Neill,
William O'Neill votes to approve.
Ms. Spencer,
Tara Spencer votes to approve.
Mr. Magoon,
Steve Magoon votes to approve.
Mr. McCarthy,
Chris McCarthy votes to approve.
and Mr. Lambert.
I vote to approve.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is Bull and Finch signage, 1710 Shoremead Road. This is for final approval of site, landscape, and architecture.
The Bull and Finch site comments there are no comments.
Okay, architectural comments. The applicant is seeking to amend the Indigo Square Master Sign Program to allow projecting signs on the rear elevation of Building 4. Building 4 is located with the rear facade facing Highway 17. The Master Sign Program currently allows wall signs and awning signs on this facade. The purpose of the Master Sign Program is to create a harmonious and aesthetically pleasing visual effect within shopping centers. Projecting/blaze signs are currently allowed on facades that receive high pedestrian traffic.
Okay, we'll ask the applicant to make their presentation at this point. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, this is Mike Russo with the Bull and Finch Pub. We have asked to get a modification to have a blade sign put on the back of the building. This blade sign is similar, except smaller than the sign. Examples would be the Kicking Chicken sign on Coleman Boulevard, the Dockery sign out on Daniel Island. We're looking to get some visibility out there, but still have a little bit of a vintage feel. Some of you that have lived in Mount Pleasant for a long time probably remember the original Bull and Finch, which was at the town center across from the movie theaters, which I also owned about 20-something years ago. The Bull and Finch concept is a gastro pub, which, unlike the original Bull and Finch, the food is a little more serious. But that's basic. Everything else, the space is just about completed. We'll be going for final inspections next week and hoping to open sometime in July or August, depending on the situation with seating capacities and other things like that.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'd open the floor for public comments. If there are any members of the public who would like to make a comment, you have up to 3 minutes per speaker. Please state your name and state your comment.
Unknown participant is now joining.
It appears that we don't have any public comments. So now we'll move on to board questions. We'll give each board member an opportunity to ask questions from the applicant. So Ian?
I don't have any questions for the applicant. Ian Duncan doesn't have any questions for the applicant.
Thank you. I have no questions. It's a pretty straightforward sign. So next would be Chris. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Chris McCarthy, no questions.
Tara?
Tara Spencer, no questions.
William?
Question for staff. I saw Kent still on the line as well. This is William O'Neill. I want confirmation that an amendment to the signage package does not require a PD amendment or BZA variance.
No, the master sign program was completed independently.
Right, but this is a PUD, and if we modify signage in a PUD, just want to make sure we don't have to have an amendment.
No, the master sign program is an independent document completed separately, and it defaults back to the board for amendments.
Okay.
All right, so Steve, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I don't have any questions. Steve Magoon doesn't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll move on. We're closing public comment and this opportunity for the board to comment and deliberate. We'll go back through again. Ian, any comments?
This is Ian Duncan, and I guess this is a question for staff, but this is a slippery slope, right? If we let this go, then, I mean, how many other signs are going to pop up there? Is there language? There's language modifying the entire sign ordinance for Indigo Square, or just this one sign?
Yeah, so the projecting and blade signs are already permitted within the master sign program. Through the document, you see the entire master sign program, and they're typically limited to the front facade. This is the only facade that faces Highway 17, so you may get a little bit more visibility on this rear facade. So this amendment would amend to allow blade and projecting signage for the rear of Building 4.
Just Building 4?
Yes.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay. This is Richard Lambert. I have no questions. Chris
McCarthy, I have no questions.
Not questions, but board, any comments or deliberation?
Comments. I remember the Bull and Finch from 20 years ago. Great place.
Yeah.
I think it's a good looking sign. I would like to give my wholehearted support.
Okay. Tara, any comments?
This is Tara Spencer. I have no comments.
William?
No comments.
Steve?
No comments. Steve Magoon, no comment.
All right, thank you. So
Unknown participant is now joining.
now we have the opportunity to make a motion on this application. Would somebody care to make a motion?
Ian Duncan makes a motion to approve.
Do we have
Chris
a second?
McCarthy
Magoon,
seconds.
Thank you.
All right, so now we will do a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
Chris McCarthy.
Chris?
McCarthy.
Thank you. Sorry, just give me one moment.
Certainly.
Okay. Mr. McCarthy?
Yes.
Mr. Magoon?
Approves.
Ms. Spencer?
Approves.
Mr. O'Neill?
Approves.
Mr. Duncan?
Approve.
Mr. Lambert?
Approve.
Motion unanimously passed.
Thank you very much.
All right, the next item on the agenda is Baker Collection, 2121 North Highway 17, preliminary approval of site, landscape, and architecture. And
For the record, William O'Neill will be recusing himself.
Thank you.
Baker Collection site comments, chapter 156.174 C2, interior landscaping. Planter islands shall have a minimum of 150 square feet in area. Planter island shall contain at least one 2.5-inch caliper canopy tree having a minimum clear trunk of 5 and a minimum overall height of 8 feet. Determination of each stretch of parking shall be met with the minimum requirements of one planter island. The reduction to 90 square feet per planter island will not be permitted.
Architectural comments. The overall design is cohesive with the adjacent structure. However, the building should be rotated to allow the longer facade to parallel Highway 17. then the structure would better meet the build-to requirement and have a greater impact on the public realm. All buildings shall be located directly adjacent to the primary street or right-of-way, with parking located to the side and rear of the building. Staff recommends approval with staff comments to be addressed.
All right, it's time for the applicant to make their presentation. You have up to 5 minutes.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, can you go to the first page, please, first?
Can you include your name for the record,
Yes.
please?
Yes, so my name is Billy Bishop. Joining me is Sean Mellon from GBA and Paul Peoples from Seaman Whiteside. All right, so the project we're proposing today is a new dealership building in the existing overflow lot to the adjacent Mercedes-Benz dealership on Highway 17 North. The 1,100 square foot building is located in the northern corner of the site up against 17, with the building orientation facing the narrow facade towards 17, similar to the adjacent dealership and gas station. If you go back to the first page, you can see that. Just for reference on the lower. So I will pass this on now to Paul Peoples from Seaman Whiteside to go over the site.
Oh, yeah, this is Paul Peoples. Brittany, can you go to the second page, please? So as you're all aware of the site location, you have the underground detention, which is that rectangle that's in the center of the site, which really allows the grading to work properly for the site for the previous project. But unfortunately, due to the location of the underground detention, it kind of prohibits the building from being rotated 90 degrees. Really, the only place that it could fit would be either in the back corner of the site or right up on Highway 17. But unfortunately, along Highway 17, there's a Mount Pleasant Waterworks easement that goes underneath that front pervious parking area. So it really kind of, the building's kind of stuck really where it is. That's really all I wanted to say about the building configuration, and then we will address staff comments and get the appropriate landscape island size. And now I'll pass it back to the architects.
All right, so this is Billy Bishop again from GBA. So the challenges of the site, Brittany, if you don't mind going to the next slide. So the challenges of the site is we have an existing in-ground retention, and we also have in the middle of the site, due to the grade elevations that Paul just spoke about, and this needs to remain where it's located. In addition, along 17, as was just mentioned, the forced main, which pushes the building further off 17. This drove us to design a building with the primary narrow facade facing 17, with parking to the side and the rear of the building. In keeping with the surroundings, the primary facade on 17 is a modern interpretation of a front porch element that we feel complements the dealership next door. And that concludes our portion.
Thank you. At this time, we will take public comments. If there is anybody from the public who would like to comment, please state your name, and we will allow you up to 3 minutes to speak. Apparently not, so we will move on now to board questions. Querying the board as we've done.
Claudia
previous.
Page
So Ian.
is now joining.
Questions from the applicant?
Ian Duncan has no questions for the applicant.
Richard Lambert has no questions for the applicant. Chris McCarthy.
Chris McCarthy has no questions.
Ms. Tara Spencer.
Tara Spencer has no questions.
And I believe William has recused, so Steve.
Steve Magoon has no questions.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comment and go back through, see if the board has any comments or deliberation on this application. Ian?
Ian Duncan thinks it's consistent with the existing architecture and will have very little impact overall, so I'm for it.
Richard Lambert agrees that it looks like it fits the architecture of the building next door. It'll be complementary. I think it looks good. Chris?
Chris McCarthy, the logic seems pretty strong to keep the location where it is. It's a handsome building. I like it.
Tara?
This is Tara Spencer. My only comment would be because of the hardship of the site and the existing conditions, to leave the building as it is currently shown in plan. I do agree with the other board members that the design of the glass and steel matches the Mercedes-Benz dealership adjacent. So good job.
Okay. Steve?
I really like the building as well. I'm just wondering what's going to happen to those trees that are right now street side, 17 side front of the building. And because that's a pretty woodsy area right there before you get into on the turn lane before you turn into the Harris Teeter. I see those trees right there in front of them, but I guess, I mean, you're not gonna be able to see the facade from 17. I don't believe, but I'm just wondering about that. But I have no questions. I like the building. It looks great. It's a great addition.
Yeah, it appears to me that the building will be seen most prominently from the existing dealership.
From the dealership, yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the idea. And there's no driving on the other side. That's right up against the fence of the Shamrock there or whatever that is. But it's just an interesting place to put it, but I like it. It's a really sharp looking building. I like the idea.
Are there any other board deliberation, or we entertain a motion and a vote?
I do have one more question, if I may. I'm sorry. Have you ended that, Rick?
No, go ahead.
The picture that we were given in our agenda it looked like it was primarily about the 90. They wanted to cut down to 90 feet, and we said no to that, right? On the islands, parking island 1, parking island 2, on the picture that we got.
Steve, that's correct. That's a zoning issue that DRB can't adjust the parking islands. That comes from Chapter 156, 174.
Okay. All right, so we're not really. That's not a separate deal then for us.
No, sir.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. That's all I have. I'd like a motion for approval.
This is Ian Duggan. Before we make a motion, are we going to make a motion to approve? Can this building work if we do not allow that island reduction?
I believe that Peter, would you comment on that?
Sure. If they can find a way to make this fit without adjusting the parking islands, that would be fine. But the pinch point is that they have to have a 24-foot drive aisle, and they also have to have 150 square feet per parking island. So, I mean, the motion would need to be conditional, that it could not impact these existing parking island trees, and they would also have to have their 24-foot drive aisle.
Right. So can we ask the applicant if that is feasible, or that can the island shift over and occupy 2 new spaces?
Sure. You're welcome to ask the applicant.
This is Ian Duncan. Can I ask the applicant if this is a deal breaker, if you have to keep this island where it is?
Yeah, Ian, this is Paul. no, it won't be an issue to shift the island over. We will just lose 2 parking spaces.
10-4, and are you able to save these trees?
That's going to be the goal.
Okay.
They're young, so we feel like we can relocate them or shift them over.
Okay, cool. So I guess then I would say that we would make a motion to approve contingent upon the site plan showing a legal parking island.
I'd like to
Is that
second
Mr.
that.
I'm sorry, is that Mr. Duncan making the motion?
That's
I'm sorry, that was Ian Duncan makes a motion to approve condition upon the site plan meeting code staff approval, I guess, with Peter.
And Steve Magoon seconds.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote next.
Perfect. Mr. Duncan,
Approve.
Mr. O'Neill is abstaining. Ms. Spencer,
Approve.
Mr. Magoon,
Approved.
Mr. McCarthy,
Chris McCarthy, approve.
and Mr. Lambert.
Rick Lambert, I vote to approve.
Motion unanimously passed.
Very good. Next on the agenda is the Broadway Self-Storage, 415 West Coleman Boulevard, for final approval of site, landscape, and architecture.
William O'Neill recuses himself from this project.
Thank you.
Broadway self-storage site comments. A Dominion-approved power routing plan has still not been provided for this site. The applicant has been working with staff on this issue. If it conflicts, if a conflict occurs with this on site and the proposed power routing plan, this item will need to come back to the board for deliberation. The 5-foot B buffer on Broadway Street will need to be removed and replaced with street tree plantings that are required by the Coleman-Ben Sawyer Overlay District, Chapter 156.318 P4E, buffer yards and plantings. For buildings fronting Coleman Boulevard or side streets, no understory or shrub plantings are required. However, 3 canopy trees of a minimum 4-inch caliper shall be required for each 100 linear feet of road frontage, using species such as southern red oak, live oak, willow oak, elm varieties, and American beech. Such tree types can be consistent with each block and evenly spaced, with exceptions made for curb cuts, utilities, and other obstructions on side streets. The required street trees shall be located in an area behind the sidewalk. Staff recommends approval with staff comments to be addressed.
Architectural comments. The applicant has met with staff and has certainly gone above and beyond to work with staff to conform to the town's architectural guidelines. The 2 bookend elements on Coleman Boulevard elevation help to break down the massing. The middle portion of the structure is also successful, with the addition of the canopies to reduce the scale of the massing. And the variation brick color helped to add interest to the facade and create a positive rhythm. Staff recommends final approval.
All right, at this time, we'll ask the applicant to make their presentation.
We're all waiting to see who's going to go first. This is John Powell, architect for the project. In the packet, the renderings come first, followed by some of the civil documentation, and then more of the architectural set. So let me step out of turn, if I may, and present some of the architecture, and then Paul Peoples, I believe, will be explaining a little bit more about the site work. Most of the modifications you see are based on comments received from the last DRB meeting, largely tied to the brick finish, the human scale of Coleman Boulevard, relationship of signage and things like that. So just to illustrate a couple of those things, the signage is not being submitted for approval. This is sort of example signage. We discussed that at the last meeting, that until we have tenants, we really aren't going to know exactly how that signage is going to work. But this just simply demonstrates how it may work and the general scale for the building of those signage elements. The corner feature, those bookends, we broke down the size of the glass a little bit from the previous edition, and it better separates the bookends from the middle massing. And then also in the midsection where we had a fairly flat element, we've added those wooden canopies at the human scale to give it a little bit more feel and more three-dimensional character at that element. You can also see the variation in glazing types, working with both storefront and with more of a residential style window, and that's carried throughout the building. If you want to keep going around the building, the renderings basically rotate from right around to left. And just to highlight some of the changes, you can see the brick variation that we added, much darker sort of chocolatey brick as a recess element, and a lighter, almost whitewash brick for the corner elements and more of the profile details. This is the view on Broadway Street, and I think Paul will speak to the need for a change in buffer type. You can see fairly low shrubbery and bushes on Broadway, and I believe the requirement is that we add more of a canopy type tree on that backside, which actually is going to help soften that elevation also. The grades make that side of the building taller, and so we welcome the opportunity to have some bigger trees on that side. We did mention in the last meeting the need for a cell phone tower. We're having to take one away and replace it on this building. That's actually part of the zoning ordinance, not part of the DRB guidelines. And so we show that just to say it's there. We're not trying to hide that from you guys. But my understanding is that that's sort of written into the zoning code as to how that has to happen. Again, there's the Broadway elevation, the sort of three modules there stepping along the sloping or the angle of Broadway Street. And in the next versions, it'll have much larger canopy trees. And then turning around, this left-hand side is the one that faces the Vicious Biscuit site that is going to remain. There's no intent currently to do anything with Vicious Biscuit. And I believe the last rendering is just back again on Coleman Boulevard, turning that clockwise motion. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Paul Peoples, who can fill you in a little bit more about the site questions.
Yep,
If Paul
this is Paul. Yep, this is Paul. We've been working with staff throughout the last, I guess, month or two regarding the Dominion power routing plan. We have the approved power routing plan from Dominion based on the current configuration where the transformer is located down near the dumpster enclosure. As of right now, that is how things are going to remain, and we fully understand that if this is to be relocated, that we will have to come back before the board, as well as with the buffer along Broadway. We will work with staff to add street trees there and remove the understory shrubs and trees. And like John said, it'll help mask the building a little bit. And other than that, we're here for any questions y'all may have.
All right. Next, we will, if you're completed with your presentation, we'll move on to public comments. And we have, if there is a member of the public that would like to speak, please identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak. All right, it doesn't appear to be the case, so we'll move on now to board questions. Go back through the board again and ask Ian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Ian Duggan doesn't have any questions.
Richard Lambert, I have no questions. Chris McCarthy, do you have any questions?
Chris McCarthy, yes. If the applicant could address the lighting of the building at night and what we're going to see through the windows. The one up on 17, we've got some rather garish red overhead doors. So I'm hoping that we're not going to see something like that.
Thank you. This is John Powell, the architect on the project. It's a good question. Typically in this type of building, the overhead doors that are used for storage spaces are highlighted through the glass because it's sort of a way to get signage shown there. However, we understand that can be a garish thing, and obviously we've worked pretty hard not to make this a typical storage building. One of the questions that we had probably to address with staff is the transparency and translucency of glass. The renderings show a fairly transparent glass because that's sort of the intent or the guidance that's been given in the guidelines, that clear glass is preferable. However, I would actually prefer to darken some of the glass, especially towards the back of the building, so that you don't have quite as much of that sort of storage effect shining through. We wanted windows, we wanted glass, we wanted to have an architecturally significant building, but we certainly understand the balancing act of that. And so it may be something we can work out with staff. The intent is not to have bright red doors shining through. If they're a color, there will probably be more of a muted kind of green color or something that's more in keeping with the wall color if they're seen like that. We work hard to have a ceiling. Often those storage buildings are more industrial in nature. And so when you look up through the windows, you'll see a exposed structure, and instead we put in a lay-in ceiling and more typical office type lighting where that would be seen. So the intent is that it would read more like an office building than a storage building, but I certainly understand the question and the concern.
And this is Brittany Johnson from staff. So windows can be green, gray, or clear and can be tinted no greater than 30% per ordinance.
And so that 30% by ordinance question, if we make it darker or if we make it more reflective, you'll see less on the inside, which is sort of lends itself to having the exterior of the building highlighted instead of what's on the inside. But obviously we'll comply with the guidelines in that. And glad to work with staff on exactly what glass is selected and what the reflectivity versus transparency is.
The other thing I would say, this is Chris McCarthy. The other thing I would ask staff to pay some attention to is the light level inside. I don't think we need 100-foot candles. Maybe we can stipulate a modest light level, and again, the color of the overhead doors shouldn't be too stark. Thanks.
All right, Tara, do you have any questions?
Yes, this is Tara Spencer. I do have a question. So last time, I believe we also talked about the retail spaces. Did those get any bigger or wrap around the building more? It looks like in the plan there was some kind of revision, but I couldn't quite tell.
I believe we did make them a little bit bigger, not drastically so. There was a request to show restrooms in one of the earlier comments, and we've shown those things. Until we have a tenant, it's hard to define exactly what that's going to be. One of the things we talked about in the last meeting was that because what's beyond the back of that retail to storage wall is really nothing but more space. If we had a tenant that needs more space, we can certainly do that. It's simply a balancing act of what tenants we get in and when we get them in and find out about it. But right now, I believe it's 7,200 square feet that's dedicated to retail. And that, based on the proportion of street frontage, we expect that to be split out between 3 tenants, possibly 4 along that facade. The other thing is the grade slopes down to a certain degree in the back. And so getting around the building, we lose some of those access points as we work our way back a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Good night.
All right, next is Steve. Do you have any questions?
I do have a couple of questions that kind of want to piggyback on what Chris's question was about the exterior lighting as well. Are we doing a little kind of exterior light right up those 2 channels next to the thing? Are we doing tree lighting? Any thoughts on that yet?
Sure. There is a lighting plan or a light level plan submitted that shows some of the lights as they would be engineered for the site. Mostly what we're doing is sconce lighting on the building around the perimeter, just a bit above head level. So what we're really trying to do is highlight the human scale level and not blast the building per se. But as was commented before, there would be some light on the inside that would come through that glass. So that's the design intent, at least. We're not shining lights up the building, trying to keep a dark sky effect. And so any lights up high would mostly be from the inside. The lights down low would be really for that that street engagement and pedestrian access level.
Okay, excellent. And then also, I'm the sign guy, and I love the signs that you have on there right now. And if we could, stick with something like that, but I just wanted to make sure that we don't have the big orange 4-foot Broadway letters out there and all that. How do we guard against that, or do we just go ahead and say, this signing that you have here is stunning from what I think, but just like orange doors on the inside storage units, I don't want to see a big 6-foot letters out there.
I certainly understand. Given the amount of windows we have on this building, I don't know that we could find space for huge signage the way some would, but I think the intent, because we're trying to bring the scale down, is to keep them lower and more on that pedestrian scale. But again, without a tenant, I can't. That's going to have their own branding, their own requirements for signage. Mm-hmm. I think that's something we have to come back to you for, or to comply with different signage ordinance. The intent here was simply kind of proof of concept and what we would like to see from a scale standpoint in massing.
So the Broadway, you can rest assured that the Broadway storage main signage is going to be more like what you have there for storage on the left-hand side of the picture.
I believe that's the intent, yes. But
okay.
Technically, even they're a tenant in the building. Whoever occupies the building from a storage standpoint is actually still a tenant also. So that is in keeping with the tenant we think might occupy this building, but we can't commit to it until there's signed contracts and things like that. So I apologize for not having more information.
Okay. All right. That's great. Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Okay, at this point, board comments, public comment is closed, and we will entertain board comments and deliberation, beginning with Ian. Ian, do you have any comments?
This is Ian Duncan. I do have a pretty strong opinion on this. I don't want to pick on the architect because I know you've gotten this far with a lot of, back and forth, but I think it's a missed opportunity. I don't think that is very beachy, and I don't think it looks very fun. I think the scale and mass is enormous, especially some of those non-Coleman facades. So I think the buffer requirements are going to be critical to get big trees in there. But, like even the new bracketing, I feel like is not low country bracketing. Anyway, I just wish it would get more low country, but I know you've gone down this long road and been encouraged so far. So maybe alone in that opinion, but those are my comments.
This is Rick Lambert. We've seen this and more, make some tweaks to the elevations, and I think staff is on board with it. So I think the building looks attractive. It certainly, my initial thoughts about a storage building on Coleman Boulevard were like, oh no, but this looks really attractive. So I think it looks good. Chris, do you have any comments?
No comments.
Tara?
Yes, I have comments. I would like to commend the architect for taking the scale or making the scale appear smaller at the pedestrian level by adding these wood canopies to the front facade. I think that really helps with that middle mass that we looked at last time. I also think that the variation of the brick and the patterning on that front mass also helps break down the scale. So I agree with the staff comments that this has gone above and beyond, I think, what our comments were last time. So thank you.
All right, Steve, do you have any final comments or deliberation?
I'd like to agree with Tara. I think they've done a great job with this, and have no additional comments.
Okay, at this point, we'll entertain a motion. Please state your name and state your motion.
This is Tara Spencer. I motion for final approval.
We have a second.
Chris McCarthy seconds.
All right, we're going to do a roll call vote next.
Yes, one moment. Mr. McCarthy,
Chris McCarthy, approve.
Mr. Magoon,
Sorry, I was muted. Steve Magoon approves.
Miss Spencer,
Tara Spencer approves.
Mr. O'Neill is abstaining. Mr. Duncan,
I'm gonna abstain.
and Mr. Lambert.
I vote to approve.
Motion unanimously passes with Mr. Duncan and Mr. O'Neill abstaining.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is Regal Cinema Palmetto Grand renovation. Final approval of site, landscape, and architecture.
William O'Neill recuses himself.
This is Peter Stone.
Thank you.
There are no site comments.
Architectural comments. The applicant has met with staff and the exterior modifications are minimal and are consistent with the town's design review guidelines. These changes would typically be reviewed on staff level. However, the total estimated cost exceeds the staff review threshold due to extensive interior upfits. The minor changes consist of replacing exterior windows with storefront, increasing the roof height. The height has been approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals and is hidden behind existing facade elements, and installing 4 ramps due to interior changes. Staff recommends final approval.
All right, we'll ask the applicant to make their presentation. You have up to 5 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Stephen Boyd with ADW Architects. Thank you for having me. The exterior work for the project essentially includes the main entrance is going to be modified to include centrally located storefront exit doors. The existing ticket booth is no longer needed with the use of new automatic box office machines in the lobby. The new storefront will match the finish of the existing storefront, which is anodized aluminum. There will be some new thin stone veneer that will be installed on either side of the new storefront entrance to match the 2 colors of the existing stone veneer at the entry area. We do have 4 new handicap accessible ramps that are added to provide direct exiting from 4 of our renovated theaters. Their construction turned down concrete with painted steel railings. We do have 2 existing doors that will be infilled and painted to match the adjacent tilt-up concrete walls. Lastly, a portion of the existing roof has been raised to accommodate a new handicap accessible elevator and a new 4DX theater. The increase in height is required for new suspended effects equipment and for sight lines. Thank you.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Rick, you are muted.
This is Ian. Are we live still?
Yes, Rick is muted, so he just needs to unmute.
Rick,
Am I
there you
unmuted?
go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 That's really weird. I don't know how that happened, but anyway, here we are. At this point, we will open the floor for public comment. If a member of the public would like to make a comment, please identify yourself. You have up to 3 minutes to speak.
We would like to wait a little longer for public comment, so let's give it a few, like a minute here or so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just to let everybody know that you have to unmute yourself with *6. I don't know what happened, but the whole audio was muted, and anybody has to *6 if they want to speak.
If you can just give your name and address for the record, that would be wonderful.
Sure, John Nunes and 1011 Baker Court. I don't have anything to comment on this one, but just wanted to comment on why you're not hearing anything.
All right. Thank you, John.
Yep.
Is there any other member of the public that would like to comment on this project? If not, I think we'll move on to board questions, beginning with Ian. If you have any questions for the applicant, please ask your question now.
Ian has no questions.
I have no questions. Chris?
Chris McCarthy, I have no questions.
Tara?
This is Tara Spencer. I have no questions.
Trying to remember, did William recuse from this one?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
And Steve, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Steve Magoon, I have no questions.
Okay. At this time, public comment is closed, and we will begin with board comments and deliberations. Any, Ian, do you have any comments?
I don't. This seems pretty straightforward to me. Thank you.
Myself also, it looks like very minor exterior work and a lot of just handicap access is required. So, Chris, do you have any comments?
I have no comments.
Tara?
I have no comments. Tara Spencer has no comments.
Steve Magoon, I have no comments as well.
Okay, at this time, we'll entertain a motion.
Ian will make a motion to approve.
Rick Lambert, I will make a motion to second. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Mr. Duncan?
Approve.
Mr. O'Neill is abstaining. Ms. Spencer?
Approve.
Mr. Magoon?
Approve.
Mr. McCarthy?
Approve.
And Mr. Lambert?
Approve.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is Fiat Chrysler Automobiles Master Site Plan, Tupelo Forest Drive and Highway 17 for preliminary approval of site. And there's also correspondence that board members was sent to the board members. So, staff.
Site comments. For staff recommendation, the applicant has removed the building footprint from the 46-inch live oak and is determined to preserve it. Zoning information.
Unknown participant is now joining.
The Design Review Board authority is limited to site and architectural design and not permitted uses. Permitted uses are determined by zoning classification. The Pepper Plantation Plan Development Zoning Ordinance allows the automobile dealership and gas station with convenience store as permitted uses on the property. Only town council can zone or rezone property access. Only regulations regarding access drives to public street are in Chapter 156 Zoning Code Section 156-108A1 4, access drives. Tupelo Forest Drive is a public road, not a private residential neighborhood, access only road. Its purpose was and is to provide access to the residential subdivision and the commercial property in the Pepper Plantation development. Its location is a full access intersection on a major thoroughfare, likely to meet signal warrant at some point. Full access intersection is safer than right in, right out access. Northbound travel must take U-turn for access.
Architectural comments. This submittal is for building placement only. The photometric plan is compliant to the town's guidelines. Illumination does not exceed 0.5 foot candles measured at the lot line. Staff recommends approval.
Unknown
Right.
participant is now joining.
At this point, we'll ask the applicant to state your name and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jay Claypool. I'm going to present tonight. Depending on the questions the board may have, I'll ask either the architect or the engineer to respond. To clarify one thing staff just said, the proposed uses for this site are vehicle sales and vehicle repair. There's not a gas station intended to be located on this site. This project was previously before you in February of this year. In this submittal, we've revised the site plan as staff has indicated, provided architectural landscaping information, and responded to comments we've received. We're seeking preliminary approval of the site plan and any guidance and direction you can give us on the architectural design and the landscape plan. As to the site plan as shown on the master plan MP1, to reorient you here, site located in the vicinity of the plantation and 2 meters. Corner of the proposed building is located approximately 750 feet from the nearest residential property, separated from the Tupelo community by heavily wooded wetland and upland buffer areas, which have been delineated. You'll recall also from February the discussion about shifting the site to preserve historic trees on site. In response, each of the driveway into Highway 17 and the building has been shifted approximately 135 feet to the north away from Tupelo Forest Road, thus preserving the 46-inch live oak. And now the driveway on 17 is located approximately 400 feet from the crossover. And the other comments we received in February, first, a comment about sound transmission from the site to the adjacent neighborhoods. In addition to the physical distance and significant wetland
Unknown
buffer
participant
that will
is now
mitigating the
exiting.
sound, we believe sound will be contained. We believe sound will be contained on site because no PA systems will be used and all service equipment and operations will be located inside the building. Another comment we received addressed the potential for test drives in the neighborhood. Note how the primary ingress and egress to the site is from 17 and the secondary ingress and egress is from the ring road that we included in accordance with staff's request. These are the routes used in test drives at the adjacent neighborhood. Any sales associates will be instructed to only use those routes. There's a question as to whether the zoning, the PD requires certain conditions, namely screening and a maximum service center size. The zoning administrator has determined that these conditions are not required by the ordinance. We understand this issue has been appealed and is pending before the BZA. I can respond in any detail you like in questioning, but I think there's 2 points here. One, we understand your decision has to be conditioned upon full zoning compliance by the number 2, the project, as you can see in the drawings, includes screening already and a service center size condition if the BZA determined they apply. So whichever way you cut it, I think the site complies with zoning whether the conditions are not. As to that, the landscaping screening I just referenced, if you look at C6, the preliminary landscape plan, you can see that it shows a perimeter landscape buffer, which provides additional screening of the site, in particular the rear of the site, which houses the service department and is most closely located to the neighborhoods. As staff noted, a photometric study found on page L1 has been included. It demonstrates lighting at standard dealership levels in the part of the site and effectively zero light spillover at the property boundaries. Turning to architecture and the floor plans on A10, 110, the floor plan of the building shows the planned functions in the building's interior and the building's orientation on the site. Note that there is no outdoor storage of vehicle service or repair equipment or vehicles under repair, all of which are housed inside the building. Also note the size of the service shop is approximately 11,000 square feet. Looking at A200, the building elevations, the proposed design respects the integrity and quality of the built and natural environment of the town to create a harmonious whole as required by the ordinance. All elevations maintain harmony with one another in terms of scale, proportion, detail, material, and color. Primary building materials consist of brick and stone with ephes stucco to break building masses. The aluminum composite material, or ACM, is present as an architectural accent. National standards identify an accent as 10 to 15% of the whole, and this proposed design has 12.93% ACM, which qualifies it as a non-primary building material. A shed roof element with a standing seam roof is proposed in the east elevation between the Chrysler and Jeep showrooms. This feature has been incorporated to respond to the surrounding development to create a harmonious whole. An arch element frames the entryway to the Chrysler showroom. This element is intended to be a nod to arches emblematic of the Chrysler brand while simultaneously complying with the ordinance's requirement to avoid arch windows. There's a lot in there, and I'm happy to ask the architect to respond to the questions there. In conclusion, what we're asking for today is preliminary approval of the site plan. We know we've included significantly more architectural and landscape detail than normal at this stage, but that's because we greatly appreciate any comments, guidance, direction on the design so we can continue to advance the project forward. Thank you.
This is Brittany Johnson with staff. I wanted to interject and let you all know that this approval is not taking architecture into consideration. If you would like to give any sort of feedback to the applicant, that's fine to kind of point them in the right direction. However, architecture is not to be considered.
Just site.
Site placement, yes.
Okay. At this point, we will entertain public comments. And I have a question. We received quite a few letters, which I think have been distributed to board members. And I think I can assure everybody that those have been read and reviewed. Do those need to be read publicly, or what are the legal requirements for those letters?
No, they were sent to you all to the board as well as attached to the agenda. So that satisfies the correspondence. However, for public comment, if someone may want to speak up, they have that opportunity as well.
Okay, so we're at that point in the meeting. If there are members of the public who would like to comment, please identify yourself. You have up to 3 minutes. But this is your opportunity for public comment.
Also, for those that are interested in making a public comment, if you are on already, make sure that you hit *6 to unmute yourself if you would like to make a comment.
This is John Nunes, 1011 Banker Court. Yeah, just to echo what was just said, all lines were muted about 10 minutes ago with *6. So everyone, if you got a comment, *6 and unmute your phone. So I am the person who did the appeal, and I know they mentioned that here in the meeting. It's still an ongoing appeal with the zoning. The zoning meeting was canceled because it couldn't meet quorum, but I would like for this to be tabled until that is finished. As you've seen in my, hopefully everyone read my correspondence, that I'm pretty sure it's gonna win, considering the reasoning. They don't believe the screening is applicable. It's because they thought it was a small subset of their business, and I would like not to muddy the waters here with all this. And secondly, there was a lot of people in this neighborhood who probably couldn't attend to this meeting because of this technology gap. I tried to rush over here asking how to get on the phone. So depending on if these meetings are going to start doing in person here soon, yeah, I believe this type of situation where there's a lot of comments should be tabled until the next in-person meeting, which hopefully is pretty soon, considering Town Hall is about to open up June 1st. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public would like to make comment? Please identify yourself and speak up.
Star 6. Hello, this is Fred Page. Hello?
We're listening.
Mr. Page, if you could just provide your address for the record.
Hello, this is Fred
please.
Page.
Yeah, thank you. Address?
2007 Welch Pony Drive.
All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
I have several concerns. One is ambient light spill into the neighborhood. I don't know what is being done to prevent that. Secondly, the size of the road coming in, and in terms of the turning radius required for an 18-wheeler carrying cars, the potential of blocking the access in and out for residents.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
I'm not terribly clear on what provisions are being made to prevent obstruction of residential traffic in and out with the kinds of vehicles that have to be brought into a dealership. Is anything under consideration to significantly widen the road? Those are my two concerns.
Thank you. Any,
Unknown participant is now joining.
Okay, so we will ask for the next, if there's anybody else that would like to make a comment. Say your name and address, please.
I'm Tom. Yes,
Is
hello.
now joining.
Hello.
Please state your name and address and make your comment. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. My name is Thomas Cole. Address is 2036 Welch Pony Drive. That's Mount Pleasant, of course. Basically, I'm concerned with the hours and the lighting of this business. I know that this, okay, if there's, obviously this is commercially zoned property, but things like dentist office and doctor's offices would make far less of a footprint and far less of a negative impact on the neighborhood at large. Such a dealership is necessarily going to be garish. They want to be seen. They want lights. They want signs. They want traffic. All those things are not good. They're not to the advantage of the residents of our neighborhood. Like I said, it's commercial property, of course, yes, and that's fine. But I think this kind of commercial activity would be nothing but a negative. And while the gentleman who spoke about all the compliance was doing a masterful job of attempting to sell this to the residents, the one question I have for him is this: how is this to our advantage? I'm done.
Thank you. Are there other...
I'm Tom.
Is now exiting.
If there's anybody else that would like to speak, please identify yourself and state your address and name, and you have 3 minutes.
Please remember that you must hit *6 to unmute yourself when you are joining the meeting.
Participant is now joining.
William Peppard, 1027 Banker Court.
Could you spell your last name, please?
P-E-P-A-R-D.
All right, you have 3 minutes to speak.
John Nolan.
Is now joining.
I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, William Pepper, 1027 Banker. I'm trying to talk over the traffic. Sir, here is staying between two properties here and the one out later on, the gas station, 7-Eleven. I hired the board to take a comprehensive look for the site.
We are not discussing the 7-Eleven at this point. If your comments are towards the 7-Eleven, you need to hold on to those until later on. This item on the agenda has nothing to do with the 7-Eleven.
Yes, understood. The problem is that the two properties both impact on each other between the traffic control and access patterns from there, both from the side road and the access from 17. I highly recommend that the board take a look at them together and neighborhood. I've 20 years with a massive project, and the two-lane road that leads to 17, that's both properties, is definitely when we have over 340 residents, over 800 cars in the neighborhood, plus the school traffic that will start up again in August. So I really like the board to take consideration the impact of both properties together as its impact on both. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to hear from anybody else that would like to speak.
Joining.
Please push *6 to unmute yourself and speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Mark Berry. I live at 2012 Welch Pony Drive. My property will back up to the Chrysler Garage, and I'm real concerned about the lights, affecting the back of my house, being lit up like daylight all night long. I thought I heard the gentleman earlier speak that I'd have zero light, pollution on my property. I hope he's telling the truth, but once it's built, it's too late. I'm stuck with it. And again, the noise of the car haulers coming in behind my house at 3 or 4 in the morning, sitting there idling all night, waiting for the garage to open so they can unload and things like that. That's the stuff I'm going to deal with from now on if you allow this to happen. And like everybody else, I'm also concerned about the traffic coming in and out here, since this is our only way in and out to Euphoria. But I'd like to thank you for your consideration, and you all have a nice day.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
All right, is that all you have? We'll ask if there's anybody else that would like to comment, to please push *6 to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, sir. Teresa Rowland.
Ms. Rowland, if you could just provide your address for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. 2023 Welsh Pony Drive.
All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak, please.
Thank you, sir. My question is, if I don't think that there's really a way here that we can restrict people test driving their cars through our neighborhood, is the builder willing to build us a security gate to protect our community from people coming into our areas? And also, has the Mount Pleasant City Council considered what this is going to do to our property values? And has the traffic study been done that was discussed in a previous meeting? Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public who would like to comment? If so, push *6 and identify yourself and state your address also, name and address. All right, it appears that that's all the public comment we have. At this point, we will close public comment. And
good evening. This is Jim Ford. Can I make one more quick comment? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, Jim, could you please state your address also?
Sure. It's 1444 Oldenburg Drive. And I understand I just have a couple minutes. But I would just reiterate everything that has been said on this call. It was not to our understanding when we purchased in here that was going to be commercial property. And also, if it had to be zoned that way, then I would agree with, many, many other businesses that could go in there that would be very less disruptive to the neighborhood. And so strongly against a car dealership moving in there, and but would agree if something else had to be put in. Again, many other businesses. So just wanted to reiterate everything and appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, if there is anybody else, please speak up because I'm about to close public comment period. All right, so now public comment is closed.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
We will now open the floor for board comments and deliberation. Begin with Ian.
This is Ian Duncan. I have a question for the applicant. The amount of correspondence on this was more than I've ever seen for any project. And I do think that technology probably prohibited even more people from showing up or calling in. I think we would have had, a lot of people under normal circumstances. What outreach and sort of coordination has the client had with said neighborhood association?
I may ask Tim, the project engineer, to give some input. We've been working with staff since the winter, incorporating staff comments. We listened to the public comments from those who spoke at the meeting in February. For that reason, I attempted to articulate, the measures that the applicant has taken to address things like lighting and noise, the traffic flow into the site. That's, to my knowledge, the extent of our engagement with the community as well as with the town. I may miss something along the way.
Okay. It just, I feel like, go ahead.
This is Tim Cook. I'm the engineer for the project and the property owner. So we've owned this property since 2002, and it was owned commercial. This portion of the property was owned commercial back then. And actually the portion of property that some of these residents live within. So it's been zoned commercial longer than their property was owned residential. So about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we had a PD amendment which adjusted the size of some of the uses, increased them from typically 4,000 square feet to 12,000 to 6,000, I'm sorry, 12,000 to 16,000 square feet in some circumstances. This particular use does not have a size limitation. So during that PD amendment, we met with the board of directors for Tupelo, and they were just getting organized. And I think there's been a good bit of turnover. So at the time, I had a good bit of dialogue with the current, some of the current and the previous board members, and had a good rapport with them. And then it started to disintegrate when we had a previous project called Pet Paradise. I met with the board of directors, showed them what we planned to do. They seemed fine with the use. They wanted me to increase the buffers in front of the Pet Paradise, and we had no problem with that. We were going to keep it natural as they requested. So had a great meeting. It was a Sunday afternoon or morning. Thought everything was great. And then we had 50 people show up in opposition of the project. So we met with them, did the right thing. We outreached and, thought we're all on the same page and got ambushed. So from that point forward, the only way that we can address their comments is in a public forum, because I thought I addressed their comments and it turned out to be disingenuous. So in the past, we have reached out to them, but this particular project, we did not.
Okay, thank you for that. This is Ian again. It's true. If you bought this house, you should have looked at the zoning. That's not y'all's fault. It is apparently allowed. So that is not our purview at all. I think it is our job to say, does this site plan conform to the legality set forth in our purview? And to all the people that have called in, I think it's fantastic. You should stand up for your community, and I respect that. However, this is not the particular board that will have any sort of power to change the zoning. I just want to say that our job is a very narrow purview, but I commend you guys for speaking up, and I commend the applicant for his efforts, and I really hope that you guys could come to some sort of mutually beneficial agreement, because I think there's always some room for negotiation in there. That's it.
Could I add to this?
Certainly.
So what we're specifically asking for from the board tonight is the placement of the building. We tried to gain that approval in February, and we redesigned the site prior to the meeting, and we're unfortunately not allowed to present the site plan to you at the time. And we tried to explain what we were doing to shift the building to save the live oak tree. So this plan represents the shifting of the site to save the tree that Peter requested that we make some efforts to save. So that's what we're trying to achieve right now, is approval of the building location, so we can move forward with all the other machinations of site design, architectural design, and DOT permits, OCRM permits, permit to construct for water and sewer. So there's just a labyrinth of different things we need to do, which will be based on your decision. So the BZA applicant's request to defer this for another month would further delay a very simple request, which is just the building placement, which is what we're trying to seek tonight.
Are we allowing the applicant to make a second pitch? Isn't there a time limit on these pitches?
Who's speaking? Who is speaking? All right, this is continuing board comments and deliberation. This is Rick Lambert, and yes, this board, design review board, has seen this plan before, and it looks to me like the applicant has done everything we've asked them to do. It is within the purview of this board to look at site and look at building appearance, but this is not a zoning board. So changing the zoning or anything dealing with zoning is not within our purview. So we are strictly to look at the location of the building, landscaping, appearance of the building, that sort of thing. And from what I can see, the applicant has done a really good job of doing what we've asked them to do. So Next, I'd ask Chris McCarthy, do you have any comments or deliberation? You with us, Chris?
Chris, you're on mute. Chris, if you could unmute yourself.
Chris.
Hey, Rick, if you want me to go while Chris figures out
Okay.
the mute button, I can go. This
All
is
right,
William
that's
O'Neill.
fine. Okay, yes, please, William, go ahead.
Chris, we'll wait for you to figure out that mute button.
Oh, I have, I'm sorry. No, I tap it, but it doesn't change. I do have,
All right.
I have, so these questions or comments? I'm sorry.
This is
This should
board
be
comments
questions.
deliberation.
We should be in questions still.
Okay, so I have a question for Peter. Where do we stand with the traffic study? It seems to me that the local residents' greatest concern is traffic through their area. Do we have a traffic study? Have we asked the client for that?
That's a great question. At this point, a traffic impact assessment has not been triggered by this development. Kent Prowse is here. Kent Prowser is here. He is the zoning administrator, and if he would like to comment on that, he could speak to that. Kent?
I think I unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is Kent Prowser. I'm the zoning administrator. An impact assessment will be required for the commercial portion of this development, the Tupelo development. The minimum thresholds are 75 peak hour trips for the traffic portion of it anyways, and 40,000 square feet of building. We're not quite there yet, but in all likelihood, the very next commercial project that comes through will require this impact assessment. And once that has done, anything that's necessitated by that in the way of roadway improvements will be required at that time. It's not required right now.
Do we have this is Chris McCarthy, do we have the purview to ask for that?
No.
Okay. Going back to other comments, staff, if you could just go over the thinking about why we don't have 2 curb cuts off of 17 and try to eliminate traffic through the Tupelo Road.
That is a SC DOT road, and that encroachment permit would have to be pursued through that entity. We would have to talk about that with them. This is also within the Highway County Overlay District, and certain properties are only allowed to have so many curb cuts. If you were, even if you were over 250 feet in property width.
Mr. Chairman, could I answer that question? This is Tim Cook again.
Please, yes.
Okay, we did have a traffic study performed, but it was primarily for the right in, right out. That is located to the north side of the building. It's kind of hard to see it on this plan. If you go to the next plan, Brittany. Probably the next one after that. There you go. You can see the right in, right out. And the traffic study did warrant the right in, right out. What it did not warrant, but will probably request, is a deceleration lane. So there is going to be alternative access other than Tupelo Forest Drive. And as part of the plan, we're going to connect to Tupelo Forest Drive and terminate the road to the northeast corner of the project, the upper right. So all the traffic will not be entering and exiting on Tupelo Forest Drive. And what will come up in the application number 10, we're going to align the two driveways for the FCA project and the 7-Eleven project, which is a requirement of the town.
Last comment by me, or question. The lighting for the site, do we have a feel for what height light poles we're talking about? Are we looking at a 40-foot light pole, or are they going to be lower?
Yes,
Is
sir.
there a
This is
standard by G?
This is Jay Claypool, and I may ask the architect to chime in too, Jeremy Wilson. The light poles are 18 feet high, and they're LED design, and then they're operational based on timers.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we here? We're asking for board questions. Tara, did you have any questions for the applicant?
This is Tara Spencer. I do not have any questions.
And let's see. Did William recuse for this one?
No.
Okay. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, this is William O'Neill. So I gather there was a traffic impact assessment done, but it was not for this particular use, or I couldn't get that. Tim, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, sir. That was done in 2011 when we annexed into the town, primarily done for the residential component. And since there was no commercial components contemplated at the time, it didn't include any commercial traffic counts. So the threshold that Kent mentioned was 40,000 square feet of combined or cumulative square footage area for buildings, or the trip generation count. So we anticipate the next commercial use would trigger that impact assessment.
Yeah, I guess my suggestion, and this is only a suggestion, is that rather than wait for the trigger, go ahead and get a traffic engineer on board now to determine what turn lanes would be required, or access points, stuff like that. I mean, rather than put in infrastructure with this phase only to have to modify at a later date, fully understanding what would be required at full build out will help you in your design implementation for this phase of the project. Typically, we encourage folks to do that early on, especially when it's a multi-phase project. Although you're below the threshold on the 40,000, I'm sure you'll meet the 75 peak hour trips with the car dealership, and then obviously with the gas station will far push you over the trips. So my suggestion, and I'm strongly suggesting this, is go ahead and seek advice from a traffic engineer for access locations, turn lanes, all of that. And as you think those through and get those recommendations, you can decide whether or not you want to implement it now or implement it later as more square footage comes online to get your threshold. That would be my first suggestion. As for the siting and placement of the building, I don't have any issues with that. I know that there's a pretty high speed limit, so the driveway on Highway 17 will need good spacing from Tupelo. If you could go to the site plan, I think that may be Brittany or Peter controlling this, landscape plan. Specifically, I'm concerned with the driveway access point off of Tupelo. And what I saw is, if you look at that driveway access point, there's already what appears to be a pond and a ditch network over there. So making sure that the ditch and the pond network is accounted for in the road construction. So where the new road connects to Tupelo, there appears to be a pond in that general area. If you had a Google Earth imagery in the background, there appears to be one directly in the bend of the road. So just, I guess, I don't know if it's necessarily a question or more of a comment, just to make sure that's accounted for. And that ditch system, I assume that's stored some townhomes in the area or perhaps the road. The other thing I wanted to mention, just looking at aerial photography of this property, you know, I know today we're deciding on placement and but one of the key elements that is part of that factor is the presence of wetlands. And so I guess my question to the applicant is, I know we show wetlands, some freshwater wetlands, plan view north of the automotive facility, but is there a current active upland call or delineation on this parcel so that we're not coming back later down the road to say, well, we can't put the building here because there was a jurisdictional wetland we're not allowed to fill?
Yes, sir. This is Tim Cook again. The wetlands and the wetland buffers that are shown were part of our overall wetland fill permit back in 2003, where we had a 415-acre parcel and developed Tupelo and Pepper Plantation. So we preserved 80 acres of wetlands, provided 15 acres of upland buffer, and had numerous wetland fills. So we're in the process of re-verifying that for this project. So the answer is yes, we're pursuing that.
So, but the answer is no, you don't have a verification letter in hand.
Not right now, we do not. What is shown is based on what was recorded and has restricted covenants placed on them.
Right. I guess my only concern was if you get a verification and wetlands pop up on your site, just how would that impact this discussion today? But just maybe more of a suggestion to make sure that you get a wetland consultant on board to verify there are no wetlands present on site.
Yes, sir, we have one.
All right. Well, that's all my questions.
All right, so we still have Steve Magoon. Do you have any questions?
I don't really have any questions. I appreciate the applicant moving the building over a little bit and all of that. I still don't know if that's enough. I'm kind of more of a homeowner side guy on this one, but our purview right now is to say that the building moved, I guess, and the building looked like it moved. So I don't have any questions.
All right, at this point, we'll close the public comment period. So, and we'll deliberate, we'll comment and deliberate amongst the board. Beginning back with Ian.
Hey, yeah, so personally, I'm with you guys. I feel like I'm on the homeowner side. However, it's not our job, unfortunately, to allow uses or not. So I'm going to have to just say, like Steve said, they moved the building as they were told to. So I'm not sure what good this approval does, really, because like O'Neill was saying, if a wetland pops up, your whole site plan is going to change. But if that's our job to approve that they have moved the building as requested, then I guess they have.
That's I think I jumped forward with my comments, but yes, it looks to me like the applicant has done the things that we asked them to do. So a lot of the comments that I heard tonight from the public had to do more with zoning than it did about the actual design, although there are some aspects about lighting, noise, and traffic, and wetlands too. There are some issues that are popping up that need to be resolved at some point. So, Chris, do you have any comments?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes. I'm mostly concerned about the local residents, their concern for traffic. I do not feel, I do feel strongly that the petitioner should go to DOT and see if they can get 2 curb cuts on that highway. Being as large a parcel as it is, it would make sense. And if we can, try to minimize the traffic on the smaller roads. But as far as the placement of the building, I think we saved the tree. It's the placement looks okay. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Tara, comments?
Yes, I have. This is Tara Spencer. I have comments. So I agree that the building has been moved to save the tree that we had been concerned about during the last meeting. So I agree that that is a good thing. It does shift it. I know it's only 130 feet or so away, but it does shift it further from the neighborhood. I do think that the architect moving forward should be concerned with the acoustics from inside of the building, so as not to disturb that neighborhood as much as possible, and to also be concerned about the lighting moving forward. But again, it is in the placement of the site that we had spoke about during the last meeting. So.
Thank you. William?
I think that as far as the curb cut goes, it appears that we're a right in, right out is really all they're going to get at the with no median break. And I think we all know that if there's a median break already at Theodore Road just down the way, they're not going to get another full median break there. So the right in, right out is probably the correct way to do it. I think the only thing that possibly could be done is to encourage the completion of the rear road so that you have a circulation to enter in the rear of the property at the existing median break. So if you're coming from Mount Pleasant toward Allendale, you would take a left at the existing median break and then use the road that's grayed out right now that's in phase 2 to come around the backside of FCA parcel. So that would significantly reduce people taking a left at Tupelo Forest Drive. But again, not a traffic engineer. Do think we need to get a traffic engineer on board for this project. It's nothing but beneficial to the client as well as the neighborhood. So I think it's a win-win for all parties. I do think that the shift is appropriate. I appreciate the applicant being mindful of the trees. Again, I will stress that I couldn't convincingly tell if there was a delineation that was active that showed no wetlands on the property or not. So that to me is really important because we're voting on placement of buildings and whatnot without knowing whether or not there's presence of wetlands. So I just think that's an important thing to note. Always try to encourage our applicants to have all their I's dotted and T's crossed before we vote on something. But otherwise, I am with the layout, the site plan layout, I'm in general agreement with it. And then last but not least, I did mention if anybody's on Google Earth, if you take a look at Tupelo Forest Drive, there is a pond there where the driveway, so we need to make sure that staff make sure that that isn't impacted. And if there is volume that's impacted, it's offset in some way. That's all I have.
Thank you. So next is Steve. Do we have any comments, deliberations?
Well, I think my only comment is, I'm not sure what the ramifications are if we all decide that the building did move and everything's great. I don't like the site. There's so many other things that I think need to happen before anything else can happen. I don't know if the cart's before the horse here or whatever, but If we are purely on the building and then we get to talk about the site a little bit longer, William's idea, it came up last time as well, using that second road instead of having a U-turn coming back in to go into the dealership, using that other road, building that out, traffic study. I think there's an awful lot. I'd almost be more willing to table this whole thing if it's if we have to talk about the site again. But the building, it moved. They moved it over. They did something to it, and that's all well and good. But I don't like the site.
Thank you. So,
a little backwards.
What's before us is they're asking for preliminary approval of the site. So
yes, site. Oh, sorry, this is Brittany Johnson.
So
sorry, Rick. There. This is Brittany Johnson with staff. Yes, it's for the siting of the building and the overall master plan. So you're looking at how it works together there. You will have the project will come before you again for overall landscaping and architecture and all of that. But this is for the setting of the building.
all right,
Brittany, this is Ian. I have one question. If let's say they do find some wetlands and have to move the building, do they now have to go back and get preliminary again, or is that just picked up in the next phase, next approval?
Yeah, you would, if that changes between the master plan approval, it would be a revision that you would also take that into consideration with the approval of site, landscape, and architecture. Yes.
For final.
Yeah, so they are going for yeah, so it would be for this is more for the master plan. The next approval would be preliminary and final for site, landscape, and architecture. Now, always remember that preliminary is optional. They can go directly for final. But yes.
Hey, Brittany, one last question. I mean, if we're technically approving the master plan, then we're looking at 3 different parcels, if I'm correct. And
yeah,
but we're basically then we're coming back and saying, well, we are looking at the square footage of the dealership, which doesn't trigger the need for a TIA. But I think a strong case could be made that we are looking at a master plan that the net increase with those 2 parcels when they come online will need a TIA. So again, I know I said it once, I'll say it again. We need to have as part of our motion to encourage the applicant to complete a TIA based on fill build out.
Yes, and you can encourage it, you just can't require the TIA.
This is Chris McCarthy. Could I just bring something up?
Yeah.
I think we are ahead of ourselves. We're looking to approve a master plan when we don't have all the environmental approvals in hand. I've never seen a planning determination when you don't have all the environmental. I think personally, I would table this pending receipt of the approvals. That's it.
This is Ian. I'm also concerned that the survey is 17 years old.
That's a good point.
The survey is recent. This is Tim Cook.
I thought you said it was from 2003, the wetlands delineation.
The wetland delineation is from 2003 and is being re-verified, but previously there were no wetlands on the building site location, the building location. We had a wetland fill that was performed, and the building is not located in that area. So we're updating at the request of the buyer a new wetland delineation, but the wetland line looks to be in the same location.
Okay, so the wetland line was surveyed, just not verified.
The wetland delineation as part of the wetland fill permit and put into restrictive covenant was done back in 2003, and wetland fills were performed in 2008 and maintained again in 2012. and there are no wetlands where the building is located right now. So
This is Chris
that's why
McCarthy. I'm sorry.
We need to get the building placement location because we can't work on architecture or anything else. The building approval is going to come back to you at some point for preliminary site, architectural, landscaping, and final. And I think the master plan, Kent, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you requested the master plan only on the tax map number 044, which does not include the other parcels across Tupelo Forest Drive. So I don't know if that was a question or not.
There was no questions. There was a deliberation.
Yes. So at this point, it's time. I think we need to make a decision on what to do with this. We either approve it, we can table it, and ask for more information. What do we think? Looks like we need a motion.
Hey, I'll take a start at discussion. This is William O'Neill. I understand and have been in the same shoes as the applicant where you just need to take that next step. And I don't think he's asking for final approval today. This is just preliminary. So if we approve it today, that gives him the ability to take the next step to refine his due diligence. Then I personally am okay with that. But again, I would encourage him that when he comes back, that I'm going to ask the same question about a TIA, and I'm going to ask the same question about a delineation, and I'm going to ask the same question about turn lanes. And I think at that point in time, we've given him the foundation to go further in this process. And I hope that would be helpful for him if he could in turn do some of the required due diligence that would assist us to make a decision, a final decision.
Any others, or do we have a motion?
So given what William said, is it appropriate for us to approve the building moved, or is it appropriate for us to table the discussion until, because we know we're going to have this discussion again as soon as they come back, but with all those other pieces in effect? I don't know what the appropriate move is.
This is Tara Spencer. Brittany, I have a question for you. I know that the board deferred this last time. Now that they've made the adjustments, do we need to make a decision, right? Or
yes,
we couldn't defer it again, right?
Right. You all have already deferred the item once. This time you must take action on the item. I do want to let you all just narrow the scope and remember your purview. I understand that access is a consideration for you all. However, that is not in your purview. You also need to realize that you're looking at the building placement only. If there is more information to come that will have an impact on the placement, then you will have another opportunity to have further discussions.
Thank you.
Ian, Brittany's correct that I think one of your concerns is any material changes to the site plan will have to set this back at square one for the design review board to look at it again. So.
Including building position? This is Steve Magoon, including building position?
That is to be determined through the environmental impacts, but I mean, at this time, this is the site plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll second that.
I second that one.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. This is Rick Lambert. I'll make a motion that preliminary approval of this site be
second.
Sorry.
I'm going to mute all participants, and Rick, please unmute yourself. Rick, unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm not sure how I got muted, but I made a motion that we grant preliminary approval for the building location on this site.
This is Tara Spencer. I second that motion.
Okay, call for the question. Can we have a roll call vote?
Why, certainly. Where'd it go? Here we go. Mr. Duncan,
Mr. Duncan approves.
Mr. O'Neill,
Approves with the conditions that I said.
so the motion is for approval of preliminary of the building placement.
Approves.
Ms. Spencer,
Approved.
Mr. Magoon,
Approved.
Mr. McCarthy, Mr. McCarthy,
Christopher,
Please
you
unmute.
muted.
Approved.
and Mr. Lambert.
Approved.
Motion passed unanimous.
With
Okay,
hesitation.
so we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Does anyone need to take a break?
That would be lovely.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Well, how long does everyone need? About 10 minutes?
10 minutes would be great.
10
Yeah,
minute
10
break?
minutes.
Be
Okay.
back at 7:31.
Perfect.
Okay. Oh my God, kill me.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Steve Magoon is back.
Hey, Steve.
Hey there.
Tara Spencer is also back.
Lambert's back.
Lynette Lyons is back.
Hey, Lynette.
So shall we proceed?
Yes, please.
Number 7, Harris Teeter Fuel, 2035 Highway 41, approval of site, landscape, and architecture.
William O'Neill recuses himself.
Thank you.
Harris Teeter Fuel site comments. The applicant has been working with staff on the requirement of perimeter buffers on this site. The 7 90-degree parking spaces will be converted to 2 parallel spaces to install the 10-foot V buffer. The palms that are proposed on the plant schedule are to be standardized by 12 to 14 feet in height, not in caliper inches. The 4-inch caliper laurel oaks that are proposed are not required to mitigate any removals. The note should be revised. The underground electric that is traversing the front corner of the 50-foot buffer will be required to be bored. The style of bollard that is being proposed in the detail sheet will not be permitted and should be in keeping with the decorative style of bollard that the shopping center currently has. A sidewalk should be installed to Highway 41 for future pedestrian connectivity. A sidewalk is currently provided across the drive aisle, but all major shopping centers in the town of Mount Pleasant provide a sidewalk on both sides of the drive aisles from the development to the public street. A vacuum air compressor is proposed where a parking island tree is required. These will need to be relocated. Chapter 126.174. Staff approves the site plan and recommends approval.
Architectural comments. The position of the structure shall be determined by the board. Gasoline dispensers shall be located to the side or behind the building, so that the building is between the pumps and primary street frontage. As located at the corners, the building should be located at the intersection. However, the ordinance was not designed with kiosk structures in mind. The kiosk is currently located slightly underneath the canopy. 2, additional windows should be added to the structure. All windows shall have an express lintel and sill. Mullions should also be added. The grid should be in keeping with the adjacent Harris Teeter. 3, all buildings shall have a distinct base, middle, and top. The base of the masonry building and structures shall consist of a water table with express belt course or stringer course. Staff suggests that the addition of wood be studied. The addition of wood will help create a true middle section, and the wood material would be in keeping with the overall Harris Teeter development. Staff recommends approval with staff comments to be addressed.
All right, is the applicant online to make a presentation?
Hi, can you guys hear me? This is Maggie Jones with Kimley Horn.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good.
Geraldine Bandiera.
If you don't mind
He is
going
now
to
joining.
page 41, I believe, has our rendering that may kind of clearly show everything. As Peter and Brittany stated, we are comfortable addressing majority of staff comments and have so since our last resubmittal. The few things we'd like to discuss with the board for your consideration, the sidewalk connection to 41, there is a connection across the center access aisle that already has pedestrian connection from 41 to the shopping center. And then we are providing sidewalk from our parking spaces kind of to the 4-way intersection of the shopping center. And we would request not to add an additional one, just because every additional footage that we add on that side, we extend into the natural buffer. So we can add it, but just take into consideration, we just are shifting the site further into the natural buffer that I know was, wanted to maintain as much as possible to keep that buffer from residential areas. So we'd like staff to take that into consideration. I think that was the only one from Peter's comments. Everything else we have addressed and will address in our next submittal. From Brittany's comments regarding architecture, I think the main one we want to discuss with the board is the kiosk placement. As she said, the ordinance is written for the building to be placed between the pumps and the right-of-way, which is very typical of your typical convenience store model. However, with this being a kiosk, we're not really trying to draw attention to the building. It's not meant to be your convenience store. Is an accessory used to the existing grocery store, as well as safety concerns is why the placement is. It gives the attendant the ability to be centered, see all the pumps, and have a peripheral view of the fuel center. So we'd like the board to consider approving our existing emplacement. As far as Brittany's architecture comments, some changes we are looking to make on the next submittal for final approval would be using a hardy plank siding on the top half of the kiosk with a row lock brick around the middle and keeping a brick base to define that kind of distinct base, body, and cap that she was referencing. We would like to consider using more of an architectural decorative type window to add.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Small size of the building and what's happening in there, you really don't want to see in more than you do. It's kind of more electrical equipment. There's one restroom. So we would like to maybe provide some other architectural features in lieu of windows. And Garrett Maravitz with Harris Teeter is also on the line if there is any questions for them. Other than that, I think we are comfortable addressing all of staff's other comments.
Okay, I think at this point we will entertain public comments. If there is anybody online that would like to comment from the public, please state your name and address, and we'll give you 3 minutes to speak. I don't see anybody from the public. So now we will take board questions. Ian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Ian doesn't have any questions for the applicant. Thank you.
This is Rick Lambert. I just have one little comment, I guess. I don't think I've ever seen little palmetto trees in little tiny little spots like that. And I guess this might be a question for the applicant and also Peter. How are they going to do with just a little spot like that and everything paved around it? Are they going to survive?
The ordinance calls for a 30-inch minimum, so that would need to meet those specifications.
Okay.
Yeah, we plan to meet the ordinance, and with the root structure of that type of tree, it should be sustainable, which is the ball root structure that the palmetto tree has.
Okay, thank you. So, Chris, do you have any questions for the applicant? Tara, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, this is Tara Spencer. I just have one question. In regards to the windows that have been brought up in the staff comments, where would those be located? Sorry, I was just having a hard time figuring that part out.
Yeah, Brittany, you may be able to show the kiosk elevations. They're up one sheet. So again, it's a pretty tiny building. So the back half is a restroom that's open to the public. So we really prefer not to provide any transparency into that room. And then behind the windows that we already have is kind of the minimal storage and electrical equipment. So there's really as much transparency as you would want to see. So we're happy to provide maybe a decorative louver or something to give that feel of a window without actual transparency.
Yeah, I think that louvers might be a nice solution, especially on the restroom portion to break up that facade. And if you're breaking it with the siding and brick, I think that that would also help to break down that scale.
Yeah, so we'll do, oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, and leave it, make it less of a solid brick wall.
Yeah, we'll do the row lock under the window and then do siding on top and kind of break that up a little bit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Is Chris online? Chris?
Chris is muted.
Unmute, Chris. All right, so next we have Steve. Do you have any questions?
I do. I have one kind of follows on to Tara's. Is now you said there's an attendant. Is that house? Is that kiosk for an attendant office as well, or the attendants in the store?
There is an attendant in the kiosk who you can pay by cash or buy like very minimal goods at the window.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope, that's it.
All right, so then that closes public comments. We'll have time within the board to comment and deliberate. Ian, you have any comments or deliberation on this?
This is Ian. I don't have any comments. Thanks.
I don't have any further comments. Chris, is he online yet?
Yes, this is Chris. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulty.
Okay.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Okay. Tara?
I just have one comment. This is Tara Spencer. So I would say that, again, like we just talked about, the kiosk, making sure that that's broken down with the material items that you're going to be choosing, and then also making sure that the window that is there for the attendant is broken down with some kind of grid line within the mullions, just to give it a little more of an aesthetic than just having that be one single pane of glass. That would be it for my comments.
Thank you. Steve?
No additional comments. Steve Magoon.
All right, so the applicant is requesting preliminary approval of site landscape and architecture. Do we have any motion that we would like to make?
This is Tara Spencer. I would like to motion for preliminary approval with staff comments.
Steve Magoon seconds.
Okay, it's time for a roll call vote.
Mr. McCarthy.
Is now
Chris
joining.
McCarthy, approve.
Mr. Magoon.
Approved.
Ms. Spencer.
Approved.
Mr. O'Neill abstains. Mr. Duncan.
Approve.
And Mr. Lambert.
Approved.
Motion unanimously passed.
All right, thank you. Next is item 8 on the agenda. Spring Hill Suites revision, 3001 South Morgan's Point Road, for final approval of site, landscape, and architecture. Staff.
Side comments. A revision to the parking calculations will need to be made that on-street parking shall not count towards the parking requirements for this development. Staff approves recommends with staff comments.
Architectural comments. The applicant has met with staff. The overall design is in keeping with the town's guidelines. The applicant has adjusted the location of the exterior portico as a result of interior programmatic changes. Staff recommends final approval.
All right, so do we have the applicant available? Please state your name for the record and your firm name and You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
My name is Wentz Chesson. I'm the architect, Integrated Building Designs. Can you hear me?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Okay. Well, this building's already been through the review process. There was as Brittany stated, a change that the corporate design review wanted to make, and it was flipping the lobby and making just things work out better. And here's a comparison, thanks Brittany, of the two elevations. Kind of hard to see, but in the proposed elevation down the bottom, the portico share has shifted over to the left. And it provides a long outdoor patio space that goes all to the pool, which is all the way to the right. So we thought this was it just made the plan work a lot better. Peter's comments about the parking, that has been redesigned, and all the spaces are accounted for. I thought the chart was a little confusing, but all the parking is accounted for. And that's all I have to say. Okay.
You're muted, Rick.
There we go. I'm sorry. So it's time for public comments now. If there is somebody from the public who would like to speak, please state your name for the record, an address, and we'll give you up to 3 minutes to speak. So if there are no public comments, we will begin with board questions to the applicant. And Ian, you're the first up. So.
Hi, this is Ian. I don't have any questions.
Participant is now joining.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Chris McCarthy, I have no questions.
Tara?
Tara Spencer, I have no questions.
Let's see, was William in this one?
William O'Neill, no questions.
Okay.
Steve Magoon, no questions.
Okay. So that closes public comment period. So it's for the board to deliberate and comment amongst themselves on the project. Ian, do you have any comments?
No, I think it looks just like it's supposed
Is
to.
now exiting.
I have no comments. Chris?
Chris McCarthy, no comments.
Tara?
Tara Spencer, no comments.
William?
William O'Neill, no comments.
Steve?
Steve Magoon, no comments.
Okay, we'll entertain a vote on this one. If we could have a motion.
Steve Magoon would like to have a motion of final approval.
William O'Neill, second.
Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote.
All right. Mr. Duncan.
Approve.
Mr. O'Neill.
Approved.
Ms. Spencer.
Approved.
Mr. Magoon.
Approved.
Mr. McCarthy.
Approved.
Mr. Lambert.
Approved.
Motion unanimously passed.
Okay, next up is item number 9, Wingo Way Office, 300 Wingo Way, preliminary approval of site, landscape, and architecture.
William O'Neill, recusing himself.
Thank you.
300 Wingo Way, site comments. An ingress-egress access easement will need to be provided for the parking on this site. An approved Dominion Energy power routing plan will need to be provided at final. The proposed location of the transformer will not be permitted where a parking island tree is required. Chapter 126.174 C2. The proposed wooden boardwalk in the tree protection zone should be expanded to the edges of the zone to limit impact to the roots. The proposed cedar material should be substituted with Ipe decking, which is more durable and visually harmonious with the elevations of the building. Chapter 156.310 E1 I2. Harmony of style can be created through proper considerations of massing, scale, proportion, detail, materials, color, site planning, and landscaping. It is unclear what surface is being proposed in the gathering area. Bermuda grass will be outcompeted and will not survive in this area. If artificial turf is being proposed as the Preston images detail, then further construction details will need to be provided. Construction details will be required for the retaining wall and location of any proposed tiebacks. Staff recommends approval with staff comments needing to be addressed.
Architectural comments. The applicant has met with staff. The overall massing should be stayed. Massing should be altered to create more hierarchy between architectural elements. The framed elements on the east and west sides should feel more substantial as opposed to floating masses. The south elevation should be revisited.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Is very heavy with the use of brick and the facade elements lack balance. The windows on the base of the north, west, and east elevations should be integrated into the established facade grid. The window placement should be informed by existing horizontal and vertical grid lines. Staff recommends preliminary approval with all comments to be addressed.
Thank you. So next, we'll open the floor to the applicant to make a presentation. Please state your name for the record, firm name, and you have 5 minutes to make the presentation.
This is Abigail of Seaman Whiteside. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Brittany, can you flip to the overall site plan on C4.0? To give the board some reference, we are working on the 300 Wingo Way office building. This building is located at the base of the bridge near all the hotels. It is the front out parcel to the Hilton Garden Inn Hotel on fronts Johnny Dodds and Wingo Way. But
Unknown participant is now exiting.
The development will utilize a ULI shared parking agreement with the Hilton Garden Inn to meet the parking requirement, as well as master stormwater and utilities was done with the Hilton Garden Inn project. And then Brittany, if you could flip over to L0.0, the colored rendering of the site plan. We understand all of staff comments and agree with them. Would like to talk through a couple of the comments as they relate to the landscape and the site plan. The one comment that we would like to ask the board to weigh in on is the comment about the transformer location that Peter mentioned. We feel like the location that we have shown allows for better screening of the transformer in reference to Highway 17. And we do still have the parking island tree. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael, our landscape architect, to talk about some of the landscape comments.
Can you all hear me?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Yes.
Good
I can hear
evening,
you.
board member. All right. Thank you all for your time. As Abby had said, my name is Michael Kane. I'm with Seaman Whiteside, 501 Wando Park Boulevard, Suite 200, Mount Pleasant. So appreciate staff's comments and definitely, Peter, I know you got into some of the details there, like the wooden boardwalk and the retaining wall. We definitely, when it comes time for final DRB, we'll prepare and those details and submit them in for final DRB. As for the gathering area there at the west side of the site, and I apologize for the confusion there. The intention there, as you see on the landscape plan, Brittany, if you don't mind going to the actual landscape plan, there were some images. Go to more, there it is, right there. So we're calling this the gathering area for the preliminary DRB. The design intent for the area was to create an outdoor space for the proposed office as well as the nearby Hilton Hotel, as Abby had showed you all in the general context there, where people can enjoy, work, and relax in this space. The inspiration for this particular space was it comes from a very similar gathering space built at Town Center where there was artificial turf used. We didn't get into the details of the gathering space for preliminary, but we wanted to use these precedent images to kind of talk through the intention of that space. So again, I apologize for it looking like Bermuda grass, but wanted to, like you said, Peter, to kind of highlight kind of the intent of that space. Other than that, as what Abby had said, we would like to definitely see if the transformer could be in that location. The other thing I did want to point out is that that parking island tree starts to shift over closer to the row of activity zone trees, which makes it a little bit more appealing from the Johnny Dodds side. So that's all I wanted to discuss.
Okay, does that concludes your presentation?
This is the architect, Wentz Chesson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In regarding Brittany's comments about the architectural components, this is a big box, 4-story, 36,000 square feet. It's not going to really look like Royal Hardware in the end, which seems like the code is pushing the buildings to go that direction. What I've done here is try to break up the large mats into individual bite-sized visual chunks using really high-quality materials. The corner element kind of anchors the building, and then we have different types of glass, curtain wall elements, which go from second floor to the roof, and then we have groups of commercial glass, which is grouped together in a frame with the wall. So all these little different items kind of just make it more visually digestible and gives it some intrigue, I think. I would like any comments from the staff, or from the board to, I'm definitely interested in making it more, making the project better. So that's all I have. Thank you.
William Peppard is now exiting.
Rick, you need to unmute your mic.
Rick, you're muted.
I'm sorry. It's time for public comment. We will open the floor for anybody from the public that would like to speak. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. It appears that there's nobody from the public that wants to comment, so now we'll open the floor to board questions. Begin with Ian. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
This is Ian. I don't have any questions for the applicant. Thanks.
I don't have any questions. This is Rick Lambert. So Chris, do you have any questions? Tara, do you have any questions?
I'm sorry, this is Chris. I'm just looking at the architectural massing, and I'm a little baffled. I don't know whether I'm looking at a glass building or a building that has more solid elements. It seems, doesn't, and there's no hierarchy of forms. I'm not exactly sure what the intent is. Could the applicant just talk about the massing and what are the primary elements here? And I'd just like to hear his thought about how we got here.
Okay. This is the architect, Wentz Chesson. The hierarchy of the elements is really just kind of a point blank functionality of, you can see where the clock is on that tower. That's a stair tower. It's just really form following function as far as the massing. Each little piece does a different function. There's tried to introduce a wrapping wrapping elements around the corners to make a continuation horizontally of that wrapping. Also, on the base, the masonry on the base was added recently based on Brittany's comments about floating elements. I tried to give that a little weight with high polished masonry block, basically with a terrazzo finish. So it's really a detailed finish on the base going all the way around the building. And as far as base, middle, top, it's there in some places. I mean, but there's a curtain wall. It's just all vertical surface. So it's a little bit of both, a little bit of everything as far as massing. It's definitely not traditional. I do think it could be worked on, and I think adding the masonry base gave it a different look. I don't know if y'all saw that without the base of the white block on the bottom, pretty much going all the way around the building. But that's certainly an improvement, I thought. Hope that answers your question, maybe.
All right, Tara, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, this is Tara Spencer. On the curtain wall, the areas that we are seeing as a light gray, is that intended to be a spandrel glass or a metal panel?
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Okay. On the curtain wall, which is the elements on either side of the anchoring, the corner element, it's a kind of a brown color.
Mm-hmm.
That's the curtain wall on either side. The lighter gray is the actual transparent glass. The darker, it would be a spandrel where the floor systems occur.
Mm-hmm.
And that happens all the way around the building. So,
and within the mast elements, the light gray would be a metal panel?
Okay, yeah, and that's non-curtain wall areas, which is
right.
Just standard storefront. That's a architectural wall panel. It's a solid panel where the floor systems occur. That's an actual wall and a glass, a commercial glass.
Okay, thank you.
William, or did he recuse on this one? Yeah, he did. So, Steve, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Steve Magoon, I have no questions.
Okay, that closes public comment period. So at this point, we'll entertain board comments and deliberation on this. Ian, do you have any comments?
You know, I'm kind of with the rest of the crew, and it's hard to discern how that's going to appear. Some of those facades, whether or not it's glass or paneling, maybe a more detailed rendering for the future, but this is for preliminary. And, based on the surrounding areas, I think it's in context. I don't think there's
Is
anything
now joining.
wildly different than what the surrounding area looks like. So I think with just more detail and more resolution should be fine.
Well, this is Rick Lambert, and I don't know. It's not something that really strikes me as being really attractive to me. That's just my comment. So next, Chris.
Yes, Chris McCarthy. I think the look of the building needs some work. The brown corner massing is very heavy. There's a lot of discontinuous elements to this. There's no roof element. The hierarchies don't seem to be there. You have zipper wall that goes from the top of the building to the ground and severs the whole base course. I'm not too happy with the overall way it's put together.
All right, Tara, your comments?
Yes, this is Tara Spencer. So I feel that the building seems top heavy, and I think it's the proportion between the base of the building and the masonry base and then the glass and metal panel portions. I think if that can somehow be balanced better, that might help with the proportion vertically. And then I think that where the clock tower portion is
now exiting
on the stair, I think that the other elements that end up touching it could maybe be pulled back to create a reveal where that tower is, where the clock goes, and maybe some additional brickwork detailing can be made or some variation in the brick, just to make that tower seem less of a large mass. I know it's following the function of being a stair, so I understand that that needs to be more of a solid element, but doing something on that exterior facade, either making a reveal around the whole thing to let it sit on its own, or doing something with the brickwork might help. I do think that the staff comments are right on creating a better hierarchy. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's a hierarchy going on some of the facades. It just seems like all one big mass. So doing something to achieve those things in the later variations of this might help it, just to break down the scale. I know it's a large building, but I think there's a couple things that could be done to help achieve that.
Thank you. And Steve, your comments?
We're doing this for final approval, right? That's what I'm getting.
This is preliminary.
Preliminary.
Oh, it's preliminary? Okay. Excellent. I have no comments.
Is now joining.
All right, at this point, we'll entertain a motion from the board. Whether to approve, grant preliminary approval, or what your disposition is.
This is Ian. I make a motion for preliminary approval.
Do I hear a second?
Steve Magoon, I second it.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote next.
Mr. McCarthy,
Approve.
Mr. Magoon,
Approved.
Ms. Spencer.
Approved with comments.
The motion is for preliminary approval.
Yes, approved.
Mr. O'Neill abstains. Mr. Duncan,
Approve.
Mr. Lambert.
Approve.
Motion unanimously approved with Mr. O'Neill abstaining.
Thank you. All right, next up is item number 10, the 7-Eleven Tupelo.
Wentz,
this is for preliminary approval of site,
Is now
landscape,
exiting.
and architecture.
711 Tupelo site comments. The sidewalk to Tupelo
Unknown
Forest Drive
participant is now exiting.
Should abut the proposed curb cut to consolidate encroachments into the buffer. The 10-foot B buffer fronting Tupelo Forest is overlapping a 15-foot Berkeley Electric easement. This will not be permitted. The 987 oak on the tree survey will need to be identified by species. For chapter 156.221, definition of historic trees dictated by species. The site plan needs to show tree protection zones on all protected trees and X's on trees to be removed. The tree protection detailed in numerous places in these plans is not in keeping with the town ordinances. Please refer to chapter 156.227 for relevant information. An SCDOT encroachment permit will be required for curb cut on Highway 17. An ingress-egress access easement will need to be provided for construction of access road on the south side of the site. The pump medians should extend beyond the canopy and be left open as planters for palms or other vegetation. Chapter 156.310, F6I. All proposed ice machines, propane cages, and bollards should be shown on the site plan. Drainage infrastructure will not be permitted in any buffer. Staff recommends approval with comments to be addressed.
Architectural comments. The overall form is consistent with the town's architectural review guidelines. The facade utilized offsets in the wall plane and offsets in the footprint to differentiate building masses, forms, and components. The roof form is compliant with the ordinance. Roof forms, including canopies, gasoline canopies, and all other structures shall be gable or hip design. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. So it's now time for the applicant to make their presentation. Please state your name for the record, firm name, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening. This is Pat Padronis with Encore Real Estate. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
Loud and clear.
This is for a 7-Eleven convenience store with 8 fueling positions. It's located on the corner of Tupelo Forest and Highway 17. The building we're proposing is about 4,000 square feet. This site is on the south side of Tupelo Forest from the car dealership that we were all discussing earlier in the hearing. Building placement is up on the corner, very non-typical for a convenience store that would like to see the pumps on the street, but we worked closely with staff and we think the layout works well given this configuration and the road network here. We're showing a full access on Tupelo Forest, which would line up with the access for the car dealership, which was a request by staff. We are showing a right in, right out entrance on Highway 17. Originally, this access we were trying to show directly to the 7-Eleven. We went to DOT to discuss it, and they denied any access, and they wanted access to come strictly from Tupelo Forest. Knowing that that would be a big issue, we worked with DOT and the landowner to move this access all the way down at a minimum of 300 feet, which is why you see it so far away from the 7-Eleven. And this would also be joined for any future commercial in this quadrant. We did have a traffic survey done for this as part of a DOT requirement. It did not require a signal, given the minimal amount of trips that would be generated from this use. It did, however, require a deceleration lane for the access on Highway 17, which we are showing. To address some of the concerns, I know that were addressed from the neighborhood, even though I know a lot of this isn't needs to be addressed in this forum, but I think some of these should be stated. One was lights, similar to the car dealership. Our maximum light height is 18-foot height. This with the town ordinance and to minimize light spillage off the property line. Our development is bifurcated by Tupelo Forest, which has streetlights on it, so those are going to provide far more light pollution to any residents than this site ever would. The other issue was, I think it was mentioned, was USTs, and we can guarantee these are highly sophisticated USTs that go into the ground now. This is not the tanks of 30 years ago. They're fiberglass. They're double walled. They all have alarm sensors on them that are monitored both in-store and by a third-party gasoline contractor that must respond to an alarm within 4 hours. So these are above and beyond any state regulations as well to protect against any leaks with these tanks. With that, we agree with to incorporate all of staff's comments. I think the only comment we just wanted some clarification on was the 10-foot buffer with the existing 15-foot Berkeley electrical easement. That's a platted easement in place right now. So we just wanted clarification if this buffer needs to be in addition to this 15 feet, meaning that they want a 25-foot buffer. We just get clarification on that from staff. But other than that, we're here to answer questions. We also have our civil engineer and our traffic engineer joining as well.
So you said that you had your civil engineers going to speak next? Does that conclude the applicant presentation?
Sorry, yeah. Hello, Gary Franks, Lakeway Corporation. I'm the civil engineer. I have joined the call just to help address any questions the staff or board may have.
Okay, stand by because after public comment, we will have board questions. So the next, the next step in this, we will open the floor to public comments. If there's anybody from the public who would like to speak, they may do so. Please identify your name and address, and you have
Bill
up to 3
Pepper
minutes to speak.
Is now joining.
Fred Page, 2007 Welch Pony Drive. Hello?
Go ahead. If you have comment to make, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please speak.
Yes, sir. I gather that the DOT
Dustin Cole
is now exiting.
Does not want to permit traffic to come in from 17 and requires that they come in on Tupelo Forest Road. The driveway entering the 7-Eleven, I believe, is parallel to the driveway that goes into the car dealership. Is that not correct? And if so, again, we have gasoline. Now, one side we've got car truck carriers going in. The other side, we've got gasoline trucks going in. I realize that the
unknown participant is now joining.
that it is a commercial property, but to the comment made earlier, it needs to be taken in consideration together with the full development of that area, as opposed to the piecemeal approval being given. Because this way, we're not getting a chance to see the total impact on the community. And I think taken together with that and potential additional developments, we're looking at a substantial degradation of the neighborhood. Those are my comments, and I'm very concerned about the financial impact on myself and other residents that this is going to create. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Bobby Grogan.
Geraldine Bandiera, 20.
I'm sorry, Miss Jerry, go ahead.
Hello?
I'm not sure that your name and address came out clearly. Could you please repeat?
Geraldine Bandiera, 2020 Welsh Pony Drive. I think the site of this 7-Eleven is going to create more traffic congestion and a safety hazard to our neighborhood. It's also going to decrease the value of the homes here. I just think that the traffic congestion is much too much for this neighborhood. We're already congested as it is, and so I strongly oppose this.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. The floor is open. If there's anybody else from the public who would like to comment, please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Bobby Joe.
Hey, this is Bobby Grogan. My address is 2011 Welsh Pony Drive. And I'm opposed to this 7-Eleven as well. We know that commercial property is inevitable. It's going to happen. We didn't oppose the Pet Paradise that was previously proposed. It was more so the entrances that were being proposed, as well as this entrance. With this convenience store, also comes the concerns of possible future crime. The traffic is definitely going to be an issue. We only have one way in and out of our neighborhood. And it's tough enough getting out to take your child to school in the morning.
Mark Berry
is now joining.
The other issues, that we have is that we once again feel like we've been lied to. When the Pet Paradise was being proposed, many people saw that there was a gas station in the renderings, in the drawings, and multiple people called in. Some people called to the town, and some, I don't know, other people found other ways to find out that, and were told that there was not a convenience store going in. This is not something that I personally want to see out my window, is the gas station in clear view of my house. But again, I'm worried about the children, our safety, the traffic, gas tubes and stuff being put under the ground so close to our homes. I mean, what kind of impact will that have on us as well? So I personally don't agree with it. The traffic survey that was mentioned that was done, I do believe that this was done back at the end of March during quarantine, so I don't think that can really hold up in this instance, because many of us saw the police officers sitting at the front of that neighborhood coming in. And again, that was during quarantine. You can't, I don't think you can really count that as being a legit and effective survey. So that's my take on everything and my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this point I should I think you need to know what the
Christina Chiquetto
the design
is
review
now
board.
joining.
Our responsibility is not for zoning. Zoning matters, the type of developments, all that is through planning and zoning and not design review board. Our job is to review the site layout, look at the appearance of a building, that sort of thing. But zoning matters, that's through planning and zoning.
Yes, sir, and I understand that, and I just want to say again, this goes back to what we were discussing earlier about the car dealers, the traffic issues, that he's lining up his road now and right in front of the road that's going to be filling in over that pond that was mentioned earlier. So that's the concern. I would think that this is part of what we've been discussing.
Absolutely, and we are listening and taking notes and taking into consideration everything that's being said. So, thank you. If there's anybody else who would like to speak, please state
Yes,
your
please.
name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Joanna Catravis
is now joining.
Okay, this is Teresa Rowland. My address is 2023 Welsh Pony Drive. A minute ago, the commercial landowner, Mr. Tim Cook, said that the Tupelo residents have known about this commercial property since 2002, and we chose to move here.
Anonymous.
What
Is
I'd
now
like to
exiting.
say is that when the Tupelo neighborhood was first developed by Ryland, Welsh Pony Drive.
Afternoon. My name is Joanna
land
Catravis. I am
was
on
an
3928 Hanoverian
undeveloped
Court at Hanoverian
land
Drive. While I am
This
a
is
more
not
recent
working
member
well.
to the neighborhood, I am familiar
Joanne?
with the
Hello?
lowering of property values and, more importantly, the increase of crime that can occur
Excuse
when you
me, but we
install
have two people talking at
a
the
building
same
such as
time,
the
and
7-Eleven.
whoever
We have a lot of young
is
children here,
called in has not been recognized.
and I worry on
Miss
what
Rowland?
will.
Yes, I'm trying to talk, but she's talking over me.
Excuse me, but you have not been recognized yet. Please wait your turn.
Teresa Rowland hasn't? Or,
No, Teresa Rowland has.
oh, okay. Is it okay if I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, when the Tupelo neighborhood, when Mr. Cook sold the land to Ryland and this neighborhood was first developed, the land that is now Welsh Pony Drive was undeveloped and it was left as a buffer between the commercial property and the residence. Years later, Mr. Cook sold that land to Ryland/Cal Atlantic. Now there is no buffer. When I go around Mount Pleasant and we chose to live here, we could have lived anywhere in the world. We chose here. We love it here. When you look at Carolina Park, when you look at Park West, you don't see residences with a business right outside their front door. You see buffers. Mr. Cook was the one that gave up that buffer. So now what is Mr. Cook going to do to build a buffer between Tupelo and a 24-hour gas station/convenience center? It's going to be 24 hours. We're going to deal with loitering, crime, light.
Is now joining.
Are they going to be installing a metal security gate so that people can't drive into our community? Can the access be limited to Route 17 instead of coming to Tupelo Forest Drive? I mean, what other place in our beautiful town do you look outside your front door and see a gas station? Another concern is with all this concrete and filling in the pond, which is what we were told was going to happen. Are our homes going to have flooding? Who's going to deal with our property values going down? After working for 40 years, this is our dream home. We love Mount Pleasant. We love Tupelo. We love it here. Looking at a gas station every day was never part of our dream. Can we have access to 17? Can there be lights? Can it not all be Tupelo Forest? That's what I'm asking of this committee. I am done now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? If so, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Joanna Travis, 3928 Hanoverian Street.
Thank you.
I apologize for earlier. I didn't realize the lag between the streaming and the phone. That was me. I apologize. With your permission, I wanted to bring the issue of safety within the neighborhood. I have worked around convenience stores and I've seen firsthand the lower quality that A, we get in safety, and B, we get in our home values. To second the previous caller, short of a gate separating us and a separate entrance separating the traffic from the gas station to our community, I would strongly disapprove of this being built. Of all things that could be built in front of our neighborhood, I think a 7-Eleven is the worst almost, and would like to see anything besides this. So I do not approve of this being built. Again, even with the possibility of a gated entrance to our community, built preferably by, or funded preferably by y'all as well, and a separate entrance entirely than using ours would only be the way potentially I would approve this. Otherwise, no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Is now joining. Is now joining.
Joanna Catravis.
Is now exiting.
Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak?
William Peppard. Hello?
Please speak. Please state your address as well.
William Peppard, 1027 Banker Court. I'd like to speak again to reemphasize the traffic conditions between the two properties here. With design, I think that, again, an overall look at both properties impacting Tupelo Forest Drive should be looked at again. And I think it should be resubmitted as a package to the state DOT for 17 access for both properties. And to go back to what Mr. Cook said earlier about the board, I am the vice president of the board association here. Did not speak to him last year, it was a previous board, but he implied to that board and that group of people he meted with that if he couldn't get the zoning variance, I know this is outside your bounds, that the only thing he could put on the dealership side of the property is a gas station. Lo and behold, a year later, there is a gas station. He's also, the property development's also failed to work with the board or anybody else. He's never even reached out to us. And there was no ambush because the zoning board turned him down, not the homeowners. Again, I would take in consideration the noise and light pollution here. It butts up to 20 new houses being built right now. 20 new homeowners are now going to move into a brand new house and look into the back parking lot and commercial development. So those considerations have to be taken in when it comes to landscape and light pollution and noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to
Unknown
speak? Please
participant
state your
is now
name,
joining.
address, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
It's star 6. Mark Berry.
Is now exiting.
Sarah Thacker at 1358 Paint Horse Court.
Says I'm no longer needed. I think you got that wrong.
I'm sorry, Miss Sarah, can you please repeat your name and address for the record?
Yes, Sarah Thacker. My address is 1358 Paint Horse Court.
Thank you.
I first want to thank the board for paying attention to our concerns and reading our correspondence from earlier. I really appreciate your attention to our concerns, and just want to reiterate what's been expressed from others in the neighborhood. Previously with the car dealership, it was suggested by the board that there be a traffic impact assessment, and would like to request that still be considered for the 7-Eleven as well. If that might mean, as others requested, other entry points aside from our neighborhood entrance, or looking at widening our entrance to allow for the larger vehicles that would be involved with a gas station and with a car dealership, but looking at it as a whole as opposed to piecemeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
This is John Nunes at 1011 Banker Court. I just wanted to kind of reiterate again what was brought
Unknown
up with
participant is now exiting.
the dealership about those turn lanes. Folks, that turn lane that we currently have off 7, where we come off 17 onto Tupelo Forest Drive from northbound, that turn lane, that's going to hold one big old tractor trailer. Which means all of our neighbors and all that stuff are going to be stuck on 17 on the fast lane, dead stop. It doesn't make sense. It's just not big enough, let alone when they turn on the Tupelo Forest Drive. How are these tankers making these turns? while at the same time, when they're making these slow turns, they're not backing up Tupelo Forest Drive and potentially putting people back on the 17 where there's causing an accident. It just doesn't make sense to me. Now, this is the same landowner who owns Oakland Market. Now, I don't know if you've been to Oakland Market or the Starbucks that's there. When that Starbucks gets deliveries, the tractor trailer parks right next to the four-way stop sign coming in from 17, causing a humongous safety issue. And the reason they have to do that is because they can't fit into the driveway. There's no other place for this delivery truck to go. So I'm not sure what's missing between zoning or the design review board for that to have occurred, but I think that's what's going to occur here if we start piecemealing this stuff together. It doesn't make sense to me at all. The neighbor, like it was brought up before, the neighbors, the pet paradise per se, we opposed how it was designed, but it was the zoning administrator, Kent, who's on the phone here, who said, no, you weren't zoned for it, almost a completely outdoor pet paradise. And he disapproved, saying you weren't zoned for that. So the homeowners just agreed with him and said, okay, if it, it shouldn't be here if it's not zoned for that. So no one ganged up on him to disapprove this. The town disapproved that. Now, with the wetlands, I'm not sure what property we're talking about here, but there's currently a 125 or 250 foot French drain just installed 2 weeks ago in one of these areas adjacent to the wetlands. So considering there was a survey 17 years ago, who knows if those wetlands have moved? And he's currently draining wetlands at this point. No one knows without that survey being done. As far as the zoning, I understand you guys can't make zoning changes, but let's read in between the lines here. You can make change requirements as far as how it impacts, how the design is laid out, how the streets are going in. So you can't go back and change the zoning. Of course you can't. But don't hide behind you can't change zoning while you can't minimize the impact of what is there and require that he make these changes. Please do require that, because the last meeting you guys mentioned 5 different things for that car dealership as far as why don't you look into this, why don't you look into that, and all he did was change the building to save the tree, which is what the zoning made him do anyway. So you guys are making all these, why don't you do this, why don't you do that? He's just going to do whatever you force him to do. So force him to make these changes to where it doesn't impact us. And this 7-Eleven is going to be seen right at the stop sign where all these kids go, and that's not seen anywhere else in Mount Pleasant these days. Our walking trail is right there. You're going to turn around. You're looking right down the parking lot of 7-Eleven as you're walking down our walking trail. Again, nowhere in Mount Pleasant is that seen. I hope you take this into consideration.
Thank you, sir. Time, your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
We want to give opportunity to anybody else that wants to speak. So if there is anybody that would like to speak, please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Says you're no longer needed.
Hello, this is Alyssa Papard. I live at 1027 Banker Court. I have one question to the board, and Reader News has said that, none of this happens anywhere else in Mount Pleasant. Nobody in Carolina Park, nobody in these other developments, Charleston National, has anything like this in front of them impacting them. We all have children. We have small children that play right where these entrances are going to be. My question to you is, would you want this in your front yard? Would you go ahead and just approve things? Why not table it and make sure that he does what he's supposed to do before we approve anything else? That's all I have to say.
Ms. Papard, thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment is not a time for question-answer dialogue with the board. Thank you.
I understand. It was rhetorical.
Okay, if there's anybody else that would like to speak, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. My name is Thomas Cole, address 2036 Welch Pony Drive. I'd just like to make a point too. This thing is going to be open 24 hours. And so what that means is obviously, you know, it's not going to be the residents whose business they're going to be soliciting. It's going to be whoever's on 17. And so you're going to be bringing in a lot of, you know, whoever happens to be on 17 and happens to need their tank filled. Point is, you're going to be bringing a lot of outsiders to the neighborhood for this commercial enterprise. And so this opens up the neighborhood to the possibility of people who may be inclined toward theft or anyway, you catch my drift here. And so I just think that in addition to all the other negative points that the previous speakers have made, the fact that this thing's going to be open 24 hours a day just makes things even worse. So I've had my say. I know I haven't used all 3 minutes, but I think everybody else has stated a lot of the other points I would have made just as eloquently anyway. So thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. Are there others
Hi.
who would like to speak?
Yes, could you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jean Nguyen Ko. The address is 2036 Welch
Is
Pony
now
Drive.
exiting.
I'm
Design
sorry,
review board.
Miss Nguyen, can you just repeat your address for me?
2036 Welch Pony Drive.
Thank you.
Could
Go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to voice three safety design issues to the design review board. Number one, design safety, especially with more traffic into the neighborhood. The impacts will be so negative, especially when you have children, you have teenagers, you have homeowners who are elderly. I'm asking the
Is
board
now exiting.
to reconsider a no-go decision for this 7-Eleven. Safety, number two, potential larceny. Imagine this is what I saw in a 7-Eleven several years ago. Imagine I walked into this store, a guy was stabbed. He held on to his stomach. I ran out of the store. I don't want anybody to experience that bad, horrific experience. My family and I moved down here to have a peaceful living environment. I'm asking you, the design review board, to include that safety for our neighborhood. Last but not least, the home value for our neighborhood will be decreased due to the proximity of this convenience store. So please, as a design review board, safety matters. People matter. And I'm asking you to do a no on this 7-Eleven proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are others that would like to speak, please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Unknown participant is now joining. Is now exiting.
Draining wetlands.
Hello? Hello?
Are you wanting to make public comment? If so, please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, John Rowland, 2023 Welsh Pony Drive. Can I continue? Hello?
Have you already spoken once?
No, I have not.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'd like to, I guess my question to the DRB is between the Design and Review Board and the zoning, I guess he was approved for zoning for convenience stores and gas stations on this property when he applied for the zoning. Is that a true statement?
Again, this is not a time for question and answer for the board. This is public comment.
Okay, well, public comment is that I guess between zoning and planning, there must be a time period. And I think, you know, the voice of concern that's coming out of the neighborhood is, I guess we assume the DRB had some relevance to that time difference. And I guess what I'm hearing is we don't. And I think that's kind of ridiculous. I think Design and Review should be able to vote thumbs up or thumbs down based on impact to everybody around, you know, a commercial piece of property and what goes in there and how it impacts their way of life and everything else. And that's my only statement here. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are other folks in the public that would like to speak, please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, that may be all public comment.
Sounds like that may conclude public comment period. So at this point, we will move on to, this concludes the public comment period. We will ask for board questions to the applicant. Ian, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Has the applicant explored any of these alternative circulation scenarios? I know the DOT is tough and there are restrictions on distance from signals and intersections, but that does look like a pretty
Christina Chiquetto.
Squirrely
Is now
intersection
exiting.
there in the bend of the curve. Are there alternatives proposed? Any alternatives?
The alternative that our original design again was to have the access from 17 much closer to the 7-Eleven, and that was pushed further down. That is our primary access, and a lot of the comments that we were hearing was the primary access being Tupelo Forest, and that's certainly not the case. The primary access is Highway 17. Cars that needed to go north on Highway 17 to exit would really be the only cars exiting out of that Tupelo Forest Drive, creating somewhat of a circular pattern in and out, but there's no reason cars would go south down Tupelo Forest unless it was for the residents of the neighborhood. Our concern, really from the traffic standpoint, is cut-through traffic, and it was a comment from staff as well. This neighborhood using this access on Tupelo Forest to cut through, bypassing the signal to go south on Highway 17. So there's a concern on our end from traffic as well, using our site as a cut through.
Right. This is a similar setup actually to a lot of places in Mount Pleasant, contrary to what we were hearing. This is a lot like many places, but is there any option of just not connecting to Tupelo?
I think that would make it very difficult for tractor trailer ingress and egress not to be able to circulate through the site.
So the tractor trailer is driving the need for the second drive curb cut. Is that true?
That and cars that need to exit the site and head back north on Highway 17, you're really giving them no alternative but to head south on Highway 17 and then make a U-turn if they want to head north.
Right.
It makes it kind of difficult. And the same being any cars that want to enter the site coming north on Highway 17 would have to make a U-turn, which I would assume would be a very unsafe condition. Have to make a U-turn there and then get on the deceleration lane.
This Tim Cook is just full of crap.
Well, ma'am, please mute your microphone. So I just wanted everybody that's on this call to hear that and understand that this is a commercial property that is privately owned and zoned for this use. And this applicant is complying with all the rules set forth with the city, or the town. So if we have a problem, we need to go to the town and change the zoning ordinance and the building code to reflect that sort of thing. But again, this is someone's private property, and this is their by right. They are by right allowed to do this. So unfortunately, maybe you guys weren't aware of that, but our job is to try to make it as good as possible, but it's certainly not our job to tell people what they can and cannot do on their private property that is zoned for that. So it is unfortunate, and I feel for you guys. And having lived here a long time, there are quite a few things that I wish hadn't been built in front of my house, but unfortunately, that's progress.
Okay, my question to the applicant would be, we were talking about alternatives to using Tupelo. You have one driveway on 17. Could there be two driveways? It would obviously have to be shifted farther to the left. But how far away from Tupelo will DOT require you to be, and how far to the next driveway if you had two driveways on 17? Is that a possibility? Is the applicant still there?
I think you still have the left turn on 17 issue without accessing Tupelo.
I see. So you just have a one-way in southbound and one way out southbound off of 17.
That is correct.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
This is Pat with Encore again, the applicant. I apologize. For some reason, I automatically got muted again. As far as an additional access on Highway 17, I think that would be highly unlikely. We're the minimum of 300 feet where we are shown from Tupelo Forest. And I think if you remember, I heard some references to the original, I believe it was a Pet Paradise that was shown, and there was not even an access shown to Highway 17 on that original. So it was quite a bit of work with our traffic engineer to get this access. One, I think a second access on this relatively short right-of-way frontage on Highway 17 is going to be nearly impossible, especially considering I think the discussions on the car dealership had one. They have considerable more frontage than we do.
Right. To the south of Tupelo Forest Drive, there is a median crossing right in front of Coastal Automotive and Towing down there. So it would create a loop situation to be able to get in there. If you're going northbound, you'd have to do a U-turn at Tupelo and go in, or so. Okay. So another thing I think to point out, Tupelo Forest Drive is not a private road. Is that correct? It is a public road.
Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Chris, do you have any questions?
Yeah, this is Chris McCarthy. I'm thinking to myself, the parking lot at the dealer is going to be used for both new cars, and probably used cars. And this is probably a real oddball question. What if this parcel were to be used for used cars and the 7-Eleven was put adjacent to the car dealership, thereby not being so close to the residential? Is that a possibility? So this use, the 7-Eleven would go to the north side of Tupelo Road, a used car lot similar to the Baker Motors with perhaps a little used car showroom.
I can't speak for what the property owner's intentions is with that other corner of property. We do not have that under contract. We've been under contract for several months, close to actually, almost close to a year now on this corner. Yeah, I can't speak for what that property owner's intentions are for that other corner.
All right, next, Tara, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do have one question. Has the applicant for this project reached out to the neighborhood community to get to know them and get to know their concerns? I know that they've voiced their concerns here, but forming a relationship with that community and making sure that it's understood where their concerns lie might be a way to go.
Outside of this venue, no, we have not discussed anything with them, but I think it's been made pretty clear that the use and the traffic is their main concern and issue, which we felt like we've done what we can to address their concerns with lighting, with access, with design. Again, I mentioned the safety with the USTs. So again, I don't know what additional measures we could put in place to ease concerns aside from it being a different use.
Thank you.
So William, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes. Can you zoom in on that site plan? So one thing that hasn't been mentioned is it appears that this parcel 173 is much larger and it's being subdivided, and there's a driveway stub out as well as a hammerhead at the entry point off 17. So is the applicant proposing an ingress egress easement through their site so that the adjoining future site doesn't have to have another curb cut on Tupelo Forest Drive?
No, there's cross access, so they do not have to have an additional curb cut on Highway 17, so that access would be shared by all. If you see on the site plan, there is a platted easement for an additional access, a future access on Tupelo Forest. Brittany, I don't know if you can zoom up at all, further up. Between the property line of what the landowner still owns and a portion of our property, there's a platted cross-access easement there for an additional cut to Tupelo Forest in the future for that development.
So are you intending for the parcel in this plan to your property's left to access through that location or through your Tupelo Forest Drive location?
You can see it now, kind of the grade area, the 40-foot ingress egress easement. To be honest, it hasn't been planned. We don't have any tenant in mind for that. Certainly for our piece, it is not necessary. The access for 17 and the access proposed for Tupelo is more than adequate to service any use there. However, the adjacent property further south would certainly need that access once they come into development.
Okay, because I noticed that you do have a driveway connection to the adjoining parcel. And can you explain the intent behind that and if there is going to be ingress egress to there or what?
Driveway entrance from what point are you referencing?
The 24-foot wide drive aisle that goes to the southern property.
Yes,
Right.
that would be for a future connection point for that development. So they would have cross access through our property, through the 7-Eleven property.
Okay, so this plan doesn't show an ingress egress easement, at least the site plan doesn't, but you intend to at some point show some dashed lines, proposed easement, ingress egress through your parcel?
Well, the ingress egress that I was referencing was the 40-foot ingress egress further up on Tupelo Forest, because that is between two different property owners. Currently, the area that Brittany was just highlighting, that is between the same ownership. So it would be a blanket easement in a way that they would have cross access throughout the entire parcel between the 7-Eleven and whatever that piece becomes.
Okay, so you're going to have some sort of blanket easement in place?
Yes, and I believe that was a stipulation from staff as well, that we'd provide them with that future cross-access easement as well.
Okay. The hatched area, is that's the 15-foot Berkeley Electric Co-op easement that runs parallel to Tupelo Forest Drive right away in your property line?
Correct. That is a current platted easement with the lines, I believe, some lines that are currently buried in it.
And so, Brittany, if you go down by the 7-Eleven gas station, you can see where if we have to add a 10-foot buffer in addition to the 15, it's going to shift the whole site to the south, which is to the left. So has any thought been given to
Bill Peppard?
The breakdown, the scale, I know.
Is now exiting.
One comment I will make, and I don't know if this changes staff's opinion on, is we did reach out to Berkeley Electric, and I have an email from them stating that we can place plantings and small trees in that easement area. They just don't want any large shade trees planted in it.
But canopy trees are.
Yeah, sorry, William, go ahead.
Your staff, you tell them.
Yeah, the buffer requires 3 canopy trees per 100 feet, so that requirement can't be omitted.
Can they be clustered more on the north and south end of the building?
Per 100 feet, so however you space those out within the buffer, they have to be combined within that envelope.
Yeah, so I mean, again, our building is only 70 feet or so wide, so we shouldn't have any issues with that.
And my last question is, and out of respect for the last applicant who was the car dealership, the neighbors, I think I have to ask you the same question: has any thought been given to getting a traffic engineer to review the site, the access points? I know you have a decel lane on southbound on Highway 17, but I'm more concerned with the left turn movement off Tupelo Forest Drive into the property. There's potential opportunity to widen that and maybe provide a dedicated left turn lane.
We did have a traffic study done for this development because, again, we really started early on with conversations with DOT because we needed that access on Highway 17, knowing how important it was, and originally it was not approved. So DOT, before they would discuss with us, they wanted a study done. So our engineer, Jeff Ingman, is on the call with Raymond Kemp. Their study determined that 100-foot, all that was required for improvements was 100-foot southbound right turn decel lane, that the development access should function with minor delays during peak hours. There was relatively minor delays in the existing and built-out conditions, and that the proposed project would not significantly impact operations. Signalization is not recommended at this time. That was a study that was developed for our 7-Eleven out parcel, as well as an assumed, I think we put in just for the traffic study standpoint to maximize the trip count. The most dense use on there would be the fast food restaurants with the drive-through, so we could really maximize the number of trips to make sure we were being conservative in our design.
So your traffic report took into account the future automotive access as well as
all that's separate from our development. It seems like they're more preliminary than where we are. Ours is specific to our development only.
Okay.
And this that future out parcel that I had mentioned.
Well, for the record, I still believe that everyone should work together to, while we're all going through this, to make sure that if there's a traffic report done, that it accounts for everything that's being proposed at this time. That's all I have.
And we'll certainly share this with that owner, with Mr. Cook, so maybe they can continue on with the analysis from where we left off.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve Magoon, do you have any questions for the applicant? Steve?
Steve, you're gonna need to unmute your mic.
This same couple of points I want to clarify in my mind. This same traffic report you're talking about was done in the end of March, toward the end of March. Is that correct?
The report was done in the end of March. The engineer confirmed that the traffic counts were collected in 2018. SCDOT approved those counts with a escalation factor for the 2019. So any reference to a cop being out there counting cars had nothing to do with us.
Right, and the pandemic didn't count either then, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Any additional, I gotta go back to William's idea of coming out, going down to the next, I think you said where Coastal Automotive is, building out that road, coming into Tupelo on the backside of both of these things. I think that alleviates a lot of the traffic issues on both of these properties, but is that something that you guys actually considered in your traffic report from 2018?
As far as you talking about the property that's further to the south on Highway 17?
Yeah, further to the south, that next place where you'd have to actually do a U-turn. Well, to get to the car dealership, sorry, but you know, turning left on that road and having that, and that's where all your trucks would come from and all of that too.
Yeah.
On that side, rather than going into Tupelo.
Well, for the record, he's on the 7-Eleven's on the opposing side of Tupelo Forest Drive.
Right, which still lends itself really well to not use Tupelo for the big trucks. For the gas trucks, they could actually use the back road. But I was just wondering if we just looked at, you know, it's another alternative for traffic analysis, I think, that shouldn't be overlooked.
Yeah, that's two properties, but there's different owners between us.
Claudia
and that.
Page.
It looks like they have a building.
Is now
on the street.
exiting.
I'm looking on the aerial. I just don't even see how something like that would be feasible with the current configuration of that site.
Okay, cool. Excellent. And then the safety issues, since we haven't really talked to the neighbors at all, and the safety is always a problem, always an issue. Is that something that could be addressed with either a gate or some sort of keyed access for neighbors? Those type of things?
What they want to do on their private property, I have no issues with, but I don't think that's something that we should be involved with, nor do I think it's anything that we would contribute with. Our development is on Highway 17. Our traffic will come from Highway 17, go back to Highway 17, aside from the neighborhood that comes in. We'll have 24-hour security cameras around all sides of the building. The site will be well lit. There was some opposition to the lighting, but the lighting also is for safety as well. And
again, we know that's not right because your trucks are going to be coming in through Tupelo. So, but that's fine.
Thank you.
But, nope, I don't have any more questions.
Okay, well, that concludes the public comment portion of this application. So now it's time for board comments and deliberations. So if we can go back through with Ian starting. Do you have any comments?
My comments are, I mean, obviously there's a lot of opposition to this. I wish that the neighborhood and this owner could get together on terms to at least be civil neighbors. But I think legally, we are not allowed to determine what happens on people's private property beyond zoning. And if people have issue with this, I encourage you to vote for local elections and change the law, because we don't have the ability to do that sort of stuff now. It's too late.
My comments would be, yes, I agree totally that I think this is gonna really be very controversial. You know, whatever the applicant can do to work things out with the community that's behind them, perhaps buffering, even a visual barrier, you know, just a structure of some sort to do, you know, to make it a visual barrier, cut down on light pollution, all sorts of things. That, you know, they need to reach out and do as much as they can to mitigate some of the things that have been talked up till now. That's all I've got. So, Chris, do you have any?
Yeah, this is Chris McCarthy. This feels like the wrong application in the wrong location. I'm concerned about these easements and the buffers that we can create to ameliorate the influence of this to the residential area. I think we should also look at that Tupelo curb cut. Perhaps it's a one-way in or one-way out. I'm not sure. I'd want to think about that. I think we're trying to squeeze a lot onto this parcel. Overall, I'm not thrilled with it. That's my feeling.
Thank you. Tara, do you have any comments?
My comments are just, as the projects in this area move forward, and they are zoned for commercial applications at this point, that both the owners and the neighborhoods start to talk a little more, and maybe like previous staff or board recommendations, that maybe make some more buffers between them using landscaping or things that would be appeasing to both parties. Just because they are zoned for commercial and residential, and I know that's not ideal, but that is currently how it stands. So anything that can be done to make it the best possible situation should be.
Thank you. So, William, any comments?
Yeah, on the architectural side, we are voting on architecture as well, which is one of the criteria. I did want to mention that there is, beyond brick, which is an acceptable material, there's stone, which is El Dorado stone, which really isn't a local, low country material that's typically used. And I'm surprised there wasn't a comment on that. But my comment would be to, you know, if you go look at our DRB code, it does call for the utilization of local material, and, you know, the low country, Mount Pleasant vernacular, low country architecture. I just don't see, we don't have stone in our area, that type of stone. And my comment about the traffic impact assessment is I would love to see these owners work together to formulate one encompassing traffic report to see if there is any improvements that are needed on Tupelo Forest Drive. And this question is for Peter. If they show connectivity, can they eliminate their landscape buffer on the south side of the property and then use that 10 feet to add the buffer back on the Berkeley Electric Co-op side, the north side? Typically, we're
is, integrated site plan. I wouldn't consider just one curb cut adjoining another property to be integrated site plan. So I would be able to eliminate the buffer at that place of curb cut, but I would not be able to eliminate an entire buffer.
Okay. Because as I see it right now, making up that 10 feet is going to be pretty challenging. And that would create the 15-foot Berkeley Electric plus the 10 feet, which gives 25 feet from the residences. I see it as a challenge for the dumpster enclosure as well as the building. It's going to pinch the site, and didn't know if there was any ordinances that if you promoted interconnectivity, that you could remove the buffer on that side of the parcel. So really, all in all, I mean, Ian was right. We're not here to challenge people on what they legally can do with the parcel. All we're here to do is improve the aesthetics and the character of it. One item I'll mention for the civil engineer is they're showing a few trees to be saved, not many within the parcel, and they have 2 to 3 feet of fill on those trees that are being saved. So just note that, the tree's not going to live if we have 3 feet of fill on it. The other item is, and this probably needs some more thought, is the construction entrance is shown on Tupelo Forest Drive, not on the Highway 17. And I do realize that it would probably be pretty dangerous for construction traffic to make a U-turn on Highway 17. But, if there is any way to explore that, a way to access it off of Highway 17 versus Tupelo from a construction access standpoint, I think it would be much appreciated by the community. That's all I have.
Thank
Hey,
you.
can I add something I think William brought up a great point, because we didn't even really look at the architecture. And those materials are completely out of place. And I think the proportions of the building are pretty gross. Maybe we take a stand on how this thing looks. Like Seaway Outpost is beautiful, right? And all the gas stations in Santa Fe look fantastic. Maybe, this is not the use they want, but we're going to enforce our low country vernacular here, and really make this look more, like a cottage or residential, and blend into the landscape so it's not such an eyesore.
I was kind of going to go there as well, Ian, that, nope, there's not a lot of brick. It's just not the look. It's not the beachy look that we're looking for, I don't think. But I was also going to ask William, if we do this buffer thing and it squishes that site a little bit, does that mess with our turning radiuses at all inside that parking lot? I don't know where that buffer is.
Yeah. It affects everything, shifting the whole site. So, someone's going to have to rework the drive aisles and stuff. Yeah. I mean, the dumpster enclosure seems like a challenge too, which is kind of needs to be 10-foot inboard to the site. All those parks that are parallel to the southern property line, they're all right against the current landscape buffer, which is why I was asking if we could remove the internal buffers, but enforce, obviously, the buffer on Tupelo Forest. Because right now, this is not in compliance at all. and there needs to be some pretty big modifications to get that 10-foot buffer.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I was thinking is that, we don't like the design of the building. I don't like the design of the building. I don't like the buffer issue. I don't understand it completely, of course, but I don't like it. And so, my vote would be to table this and think about it again. I don't think we've tabled this one before, so we'll be able to, but I'm just not sold.
Yeah, this is Chris McCarthy. I feel the same way. I don't like the look of the building at all. It has no relevance to South Carolina. It should be more, the Southern vernacular.
And the entire site just lends itself to growth and expansion that, of course, traffic right now doesn't take into account, but that's not in any sense helpful to the issues that we're having with where I am.
This is Tara Spencer. I also agree with the architectural comments that this doesn't have the vernacular of the Charleston, South Carolina area. And I think that materiality could change a lot, and proportions of it. I know that it seems to be high because it seems to be hiding some of the mechanical units, height-wise, but
right.
I think there's other ways other things that could be added to help the proportions there and the materiality.
Okay, it sounds like to me we have a motion being formulated here. So would somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is Brittany. Just wanted to interject there. I want to just kind of go over some of your options as well. It seems like you all have some concerns about the architecture and some other site concerns. Remember that a subcommittee is also an option for you all, that you all can defer it to subcommittee of the board. So a few of you all can meet with the applicant and staff together to kind of review it together, and that may be something that you want to consider before making a motion. That's all.
So that would be tabled to a committee? Is that what you're suggesting?
That you could defer to a subcommittee of the board. That's just an option. I just wanted you all to be aware that that's something that you could do if you wanted to have the opportunity to meet with staff and the applicant together and kind of work through some of the issues that you brought to the table.
I think that there's more to this than just architectural. I think we got architectural issues and civil issues.
Yeah, I mean, but Rick, I mean, I think what Brittany proposes is ultimately assisting them to get, and we're part of the process to develop it to where it needs to be. I mean, it is too far. It's too far off from what what we're looking for from a Low Country vernacular standpoint. So
right.
So somebody, a couple members stepping up and assisting on the architectural side. I mean, from a site standpoint, I think Peter's laid out his site comments pretty clearly. And the site plan is going to adjust based on that 10-foot buffer. So, I mean, if you're asking for my position, I think for sure Tara should be involved. Sorry to throw you out there, but
no, I would like to be involved.
Okay.
This is Chris. I would also volunteer to be on the architectural.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
It's okay. So just two.
We do need to have somebody kind of work through this site plan.
So the only thing I can add is diplomatic.
That can either be Ian or myself or Rick or.
I'll volunteer as tribute. This is Ian.
As tribute.
Okay.
And William for the civil part?
Yeah, I mean, I can stay involved. I mean, I think that 3 is plenty. Not that I don't want to do it, but yeah, I can. If y'all want me to be involved, I will more than willing to meet with the applicant.
There's some rule that says we can't have 4, right? Or is that if it's a
That's
subcommittee?
correct. 4 would constitute a quorum.
Okay, can't have 4.
I'm out.
I'm out. Tapped out.
All right, so do I hear a motion then to defer this?
I will
Yeah.
continue my motion to, I motion to defer this to a subcommittee as appointed by Rick Lambert.
All right.
I'm sorry,
I
who was
second. Second.
making the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Steve Magoon, sorry.
Thank
Ian
you.
will second.
Perfect.
Okay, we need to do a roll call vote now.
Certainly. Mr. McCarthy,
In favor?
Mr. Magoon,
In favor of subcommittee deferral?
Ms. Spencer,
Yes, in favor of subcommittee deferral.
Mr. O'Neill,
In favor?
Mr. Duncan,
In favor.
Mr. Lambert.
In favor.
Motion unanimously approved.
Yes, and now the subcommittee will consist of Tara, Ian, and Chris.
Yes, and that was part of the motion as well.
Right. Okay, just want to make sure you got those names. So, thank you. One left. We have number.
This is Ian. I have one question. We'll just form this subcommittee through email later, or is there an official anything?
Brittany?
Yes. Sorry, this is Brittany. I will coordinate that with you all.
Okay, thanks, Brittany.
Good.
Very good.
Thank you.
Carolyn Bandiera.
Is now exiting.
Okay, the final one to look at now is number 12, which is 1081
Multiple
Johnny
people are
Dodd's
now exiting.
office. And that is for
Multiple
final
people are now
approval of site,
exiting.
landscape, and architecture.
Yeah, we might want to just give it another
Give it a minute or two.
Yeah,
a couple seconds for everybody else to come up.
yeah,
Well, while we're waiting, William O'Neill will be recusing himself,
okay.
Thank you.
but I will hang back for final
Multiple
thoughts.
people are now
Closing,
exiting.
closing statements.
Closing comments.
All right, I think we're there. 1081 Johnny Dodd's office, site comments. The buffer yards 1A, 1B, 2, and 3 abutting commercially zoned properties require a 10-foot A buffer per the table in Chapter 156.201. A final approved power routing plan from the Dominion will be required before the final DRB is granted. The transformer cannot share the same parking island space with the required parking island tree. The off-site 26 33-inch oak protective zone will need to be shown on the site plan. Staff recommends approval with comments to be addressed.
Architectural comments. The applicant has met with staff. The overall design is consistent with the town's design review guidelines. The applicant has utilized the patterns created by the panel grids to inform the rhythm of the massing. Additionally, the proposed wood paneling is appropriate in relation to the site.
Is now exiting.
Staff recommends final approval.
All right, if the applicant will go ahead and make their presentation.
Yes, this is Paul Peoples of Seaman Whiteside. Can everyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Already?
Yes.
So I guess, Brittany, can you go to the site plan for me if you don't mind? While she's getting there. As y'all know, we were in front of y'all a couple months ago, and this site location is kind of tucked behind the Stuckey Furniture property, the Carolina Eye Care property, and then kind of right beside the Smiling Oak Dentistry office off Johnny Dodd's. We have no street frontage, just an access easement through the Carolina Eye Care property to access this site. And in regards to the site comments, we have the Dominion. We've been coordinating with Dominion throughout this process, and I believe staff has seen the preliminary design by Dominion Energy. So we feel like obviously the comment is that we can't share the transformer with the parking island tree, and that can obviously be adjusted in order to meet the town code. And we think that we can work with Peter to find, and Dominion to find the appropriate location on site, as well as the comment regarding the oak tree that is off-site. We will show that tree canopy to staff, hopefully, when we resend our plans to them. And if that tree canopy does encroach on our paved areas, we would be more than willing to propose pervious pavers in order to not harm the tree. And yeah, we're really excited about how this site plan has turned out, and I'll hand it over to Michael Kane to handle some of the landscape comments.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, board. Michael Kane again, Stephen Whiteside, 501 Wander Park Boulevard, Suite 200. Want to kind of go over the first comment that Peter had mentioned. We understand staff's comment as it defaults to the standard zoning chart regarding the buffer. However, per town of Mount Pleasant zoning code within the Johnny Dodds Boulevard Overlay District, section 156.318 Q7C, development utilizing an integrated site plan involving multiple parcels may forego side and rear buffer yards along parcel lines. This is contingent upon approval through the design review process. Our site plan integrates two parcels as shown on the site plans and what was presented to y'all to preliminary DRB. And we would ask the DRB board to consider reducing the buffer for the following reasons. All the surrounding parcels are within the Johnny Dodds Boulevard Overlay District. As Paul had mentioned, number two, we are not buffering from any public view as we are behind two commercial office buildings, Carolina Eye Care and Smiling Oak Dentistry, and an unloading zone at Stuckey Furniture. Three, we are dimensionally constrained overall for these two parcels in order to meet the parking demands for the desired tenant. If we had to make the buffer 10 feet wide, we would lose a significant amount of parking. And lastly, we are proposing a 5-foot wide buffer that adheres to the type A planting requirements and willing to install a 6-foot opaque stockade fence that meets the town standard for their stockade fence detail along the front and side property lines. We feel that this creates a strong screening opportunity than the standard zoning and works dimensionally within the site. Thank you. Oh, and just to reiterate, we would ask that the DRB board allows us to reduce the buffer to 5 feet as it states in the Johnny Dodds Boulevard Overlay District. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your presentation.
Yes, sir.
All right, so next we will open it up for any public comment. If there are members of the public that would like to speak, now's the opportunity. If you would please state your name and address. Go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that we also have Billy Connell on the phone as well from as the architect, if he wanted to discuss any architecture comments.
Well, yes, does he have a presentation?
Billy.
If there's not a presentation, if you just want to be available for questions, we can do that when we get around to board questions. But did you want to present something? You have time.
No, I know Billy's on, but I didn't know if he's chiming in. So sorry, okay. I forgot to.
Okay, so now we're going to take public comments. If there is somebody from the public that has any comments to make, state your name and address, and you will have up to 3 minutes to speak. We'll give just a few minutes to see if there's anybody that chimes in. All right, it does not appear that there is any public comment, so we'll open it up for board questions and begin with Ian. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. I guess just I think the building looks good. Site looks pretty good. As far as this buffer issue, I mean, I think the interpretation of that was that you are reducing buffer between two parcels that are connected and not adjacent parcels. So I think that would be considered maybe a misinterpretation of that. I'm not sure if you've gone over it with staff.
So, your question would be, have you gone over it with
But
staff?
yeah, my question is, have you reviewed your interpretation of that with staff, and or is this the first time you've said that that's the integrated site and you don't need to do your buffers?
We have not reviewed this with staff. However, upon our findings here, this is contingent upon the approval of the design review process. So this is upon y'all. And as you see on this plan, we have kind of basically put all the parking demands up at the front parcel, integrating it into the rear of the site where the building and the existing pond is located. So
Right,
as far
but
as how
that has nothing to do with the adjacent sites, right? You're not integrating into adjacent sites, which would then before reduce the buffer. Maybe I'm confused, but it seems to me like that was exactly what we were just talking about before. Whereas the future site is going to be connected, and then you don't have to do a buffer because it's going to be two united parcels. Whereas this is you're just abandoning a property line, really.
Well, we're integrating through the Clarity Drive there with Carolina Eye Care and all that.
Okay, so you would say that that buffer could be reduced to 5 on the west, and then all the other ones would be 10. Is that correct?
I mean, we're looking at it for the whole thing as it's completely, it's integrated from the frontage road to Clarity Drive to this point. But because we're limited on both plan view here, north and south, we're asking for a reduction since basically the whole site is tucked back into this area in the Johnny Dodds Boulevard.
Right, but you're not integrating into those sites. Plan north or plan south, correct?
If you want to talk about integration, I mean, the existing pond overlaps into the commercial dentistry office there, Smiling Oak Dentistry.
Yeah, I know this place. That's my dentist. I'm just curious. I don't really care. I'm just curious about the legality of that and how we interpret unified site now. Because I get it, if you are actually connecting to the site on the left, that makes sense. But the adjacent uses may not be a dentist in the future, and they may not appreciate that integration if they're not truly integrated and connected. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, Ian, we're not integrated north and south where we have a cut through of any sort. We do have we have the access easement, as Paul had mentioned, on the west side there, plan view west side.
Right.
However, back to what we're integrated, so it says that it may forego side and rear buffer yards along the parcel line. So we're requesting a reduction here.
Right. I don't know. Maybe it's a question for staff, but I don't see this being an integrated plan. I see you having an access easement through something. It's not like you're sharing uses or resources or anything except access. So that's just a technicality I'd like to have defined. But that's it.
So Michael is correct. The Johnny Dodds Boulevard Overlay District does say with an integrated site plan, you may reduce the buffers along the parcel lines, and it is up to the design review board to determine if it is an integrated site plan and you're able to reduce those buffers. That's how the ordinance reads. If you want to talk more about what is an integrated site plan, I could elaborate on that, but it's up to y'all to.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. To me, there's no integration actually in use or crossover or shared parking or anything like that. It's mostly just an access easement and trying to cram in as much parking as you can would be my take on this.
Yeah,
I don't see it being an integrated plan personally, but I'm happy to have.
I would like to go back.
And
I would like to go back to that existing pond on the south side. So we have been pretty limited on this site, as that's already a feature. As you said, it's your dentist, that's mine as well. So we both have seen, looking out that window, that that's already existing pond. But we have been limited to this site. So I guess what we're trying to do is still create a buffer with a fence and a 5-foot type A buffer, still creating some sort of buffer, but because we're so limited, and yes, it is an access easement, that's the only way we can access the site. We felt that we are definitely restricted, but trying to make an opportunity here for this project.
Yeah, and to kind of add on to that, the pond is our pond captures all of the runoff for that dentist office as well. So, I guess one could argue that the drainage kind of integrates the sites as well.
I don't see that being a really good argument. I think integrated site plan means shared resources, right? Yes, a pond, but that's already existing. So it would, to me, be like you're sharing parking with the adjacent neighbor and access and stuff like that. So to me, that does not qualify as an integrated site plan, but that's my opinion. I just want to be sure that we define that properly going forward, but apparently it's up to us to make that decision. That's all I have. Thanks, Sean.
Okay, so that would be my question. What is the definition of an integrated site plan? Do we know that, or are we determining that now?
Well, Ian's on the right track. Shared parking, cross-access easement. This is one site that is dropping a property. Well, it's not dropping a property line, but it's serving itself all within the site for parking. It's meeting all of its own needs. It's not sharing or integrating anything else into it. So that's my take.
Yeah, this pond, it crosses the line. So does that make it integrated? That was one of the questions that I heard.
Stormwater and ponds would not dictate integration for zoning.
Okay. All right. So, Chris, do you have any questions?
I have no question.
Okay, Tara?
Hi, this is Tara Spencer. Could we just run through the building elevations or something real quick, and have someone just summarize? Some people weren't on the board for preliminary, so just to get re-familiar with it, since we would be approving the architectural.
Billy, I think you need to unmute your microphone.
So any questions or comment about the elevations?
No, I guess I just wanted a summary. That could be possible, but it's all right. I don't know if the architect's on the line.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's on the line. His microphone is muted.
Oh.
Tell him to hit *6. All right.
All right, let's move on. Steve, any comments?
No questions for me. Oh, I'm sorry, no comments for me.
Well, that was questions.
Okay, questions. No questions for me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that closes public comment. Next, board comments and deliberation. We'll begin with Ian. Your comments.
I'm going to probably defer to some more architectural people for this, but I think that's a very attractive building, and typically these guys do good work, so I'm sure the detailing is going to be nice. I would say that this seems like a good plan approval. I do not think it qualifies for a integrated site plan, and I don't think that we should allow that precedent to be set. So I can just ignore my buffer requirement because I'm getting a shared access from somewhere. So that would be my only point to make. But otherwise, I think it looks really good.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about the definition of the shared part. So I don't know. As far as I think the plan looks great. You know, I think it's a really nice use of space. There's plenty of open space around that pond and everything like that. So, and plus it's behind the eye care and the shopping center and everything. So I don't think it's going to be, you know, needing to be buffered so much. I think they would want to be buffering themselves from looking at the back end of these other buildings. So my thought is to just, you know, to go along with it. It looks nice, but as far as setting precedents, I'm not sure about that either. So I'll have to listen to you all talk. So Chris, do you have any comments?
I like the look of the building. I think they've done a good job on that. I'd be reluctant to set a precedent and reduce this buffer. I don't see this as an integrated use. But that would then mean he'd have to resubmit a site plan.
Well, they'd also lose parking. They'd lose an entire row of parking.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, that should have been considered when the site was laid out.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Tara, do you have any comments you want to make?
I don't have comments. I think the proportions of the building look good. What I think is the wood panels, they look like they'll fit with the site well, as it is up against Shem Creek. So bringing some of that natural materials in, I think, is a good idea. And the proportions of all the windows and glass look really nice too. So.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know about the integrated. You know, I don't know how gray an area it is. If we consider something resources and something not resources, I don't want the buffer to be a deal killer type of deal. So I'd be in line with allowing the reduced buffer and the fence build or whatever he's going to do to help the other components. But it's neither here nor there.
So let me ask a question to Peter. Is a fence, will that reduce the amount of buffer that's required? Building a fence in lieu of plantings?
So I guess the decision before you is to either eliminate these buffers and they will voluntarily provide as they have, or you can say that this does not meet an integrated site plan and that they will have to install the buffers as per code. There are situations where a fence would limit the width of a buffer, but I don't see how that would not be the case in this distance. 10 feet, a 10-foot A buffer, you wouldn't have the space to put in the fence to make it smaller.
Okay. Any more discussion? Would somebody want to make a motion?
Well, I mean, maybe this is still a discussion, but I'm pretty hard set that you don't get a special treatment just because you can't make your parking fit. So you should be required to do your buffer. So I would be inclined to make a motion for approval with site plan adjustment showing required buffers.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Chris McCarthy.
All right, it's time for a roll call vote.
Wonderful. Mr. Duncan?
Approve with the condition.
Yeah, so the motion is move for, and I'm assuming that would be final approval, or is that preliminary approval?
Well, I don't know if they have to adjust the site plan, then that, I'm not sure, Peter.
This is, I'm sorry, this is final approval for site, but Ian was wanting to add the condition that they have to install full buffers.
Okay, so the motion would be final approval with the site plan showing the required buffers.
That is correct.
So Mr. Duncan?
Aye, approve.
Mr. O'Neill abstains. Ms. Spencer?
Approve.
Mr. Magoon?
I approve.
Mr. McCarthy?
I approve.
Mr. Lambert?
I approve.
Motion unanimously passed.
All right. It's been a marathon, you all. Thank you for
It
hanging.
has.
Thank you.
Can we get a motion to adjourn and a vote and a vote?
Come on,
No,
Brittany.
we
I
have
make
a
a
motion to
motion to
just,
adjourn.
I second the motion to adjourn.
So that is Lambert.
And Magoon.
Do we have to have a roll call for that, Lynette?
No, we do not. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you all so much. You all did a
Very well
wonderful
done.
job.
All people.
It was,
Is
it went
now
by great.
exiting.
Good job, Rick.
Very
Thank
well
you.
done, everybody.
Good job,
on this,
Rick.
Michael
virtual
Caine.
meeting. Good
Thank
job,
Good
you.
job,
Rick.
everybody.
Good job, Brittany, Lynette. Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all
Thank
so
you.
much. That
Hey,
was
Brittany and
5.5
Peter, can you
hours.
guys just
Yeah.
hang back for a minute?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you all, William, hanging
All right,
out.
thanks,
Thank
guys.
you,
Good
Rick.
night.
Thank you,
Okay.
See
Brittany,
y'all.
Peter.